Good morning or good afternoon. I hope you are all doing well and ready to go because we are starting this basic Autocad course. As you know, this course is divided into sections, but probably the most important thing to do first is to install the Autocad program. I'm not sure if some of you already have it installed due to your studies or from your educational institution, as in some fields of study or higher education programs. The license comes included with the enrollment. It's also possible that some of you are already working at companies where Autocad is used, but for those who don't have access to the program, today I'm going to show you a free way to get it. However, it will only be for a 1-month trial. This will help us get a basic understanding of the program, start becoming familiar with its functions, and progress to a point where you're no longer a total beginner. From there, you can decide whether to continue, take the next step, and purchase a license, or perhaps find opportunities to use Autocad at a workplace or institution with a solid foundation. As I mentioned, this is a trial provided directly by Autodesk. So, the first thing we're going to do is visit Autodesk's official website. Let's make sure we're on the official site. Once there, you'll see this interface showing all the possibilities of Autodesk's programs and products. They cater to a variety of industries, from railway systems and architecture to industrial plant design. If you're curious, you can explore the site a bit before heading to the tab that says All Products. Once there, we'll focus on the brand's flagship program, Autocad. Here, you'll also see other programs offered by Autodesk, but for this course, we'll select Autocad. On this page, you'll find information about the official license for the program. As you'll see, purchasing it requires a significant investment. So, we're going to click where it says Download Free Trial, which will redirect us to this page. Here, you can select a purpose like home use or education. In this case, the reason you choose doesn't matter much. In the next step, we need to choose the version we need. If you have a Windows computer, select the first option, which I've marked. If you have an Apple computer, choose the second option, labeled Mac. Click Continue, and the next step will ask for an email address. Enter your email and click Continue again. After that, it will ask for some personal information about your studies or work. Fill it out with whatever information you are comfortable providing, and click Continue again. Now, it will require a phone number. You must enter this, since they will send a confirmation code to your phone, which you'll need to enter in the box below. Once the code arrives, type it in, click Verify, and proceed. Once the phone number is verified, you'll see this window where you'll need to choose which version of Autocad you want. In our case, we'll install the latest version available, Autocad 2025. Select the language and operating system. I'll leave it as Windows 64-bit and click Install. The program will automatically download this file, which you need to run as an administrator. Right-click on the file and select Run as Administrator. You'll immediately see this window, and the program will start installing. It will ask where you want to install it. I'll leave it at the default location. Once that's done, we wait for it to finish loading. This is the final step before installation is complete. Once finished, you'll see a window prompting you to restart your computer. Click Restart, and when your computer starts back up, the program will be fully installed and ready to use. In the next video, we'll see how to open the program and start with the first steps in Autocad. I hope you found this guide helpful for installing the program for free. Of course, this is only a trial version of the program, but it offers 100% of its features. So, you'll have 30 full days to explore Autocad and form your own impressions. This will help you decide whether to purchase the program or continue studying the field more in-depth. Hello, everyone. In this video, we're going to look at a very simple yet important aspect of Autocad, object selection, how we select objects. When I do it quickly like this, I have the objects selected to be able to move them or perform any action on them, like rotating them, for example. This may seem very simple, but AutoCAD offers several options. As you can see, if I select to the left, a green window or box appears, and if I do it to the right, a blue box appears. These two colors differentiate two selection options available in AutoCAD. As you'll see, it's very simple. But this is something you need to be clear about from the beginning to work more efficiently, and use whichever option is more appropriate. For example, let's start with the green selection, which occurs when selecting to the left. Try it out. If I click with the left mouse button but don't hold it down and then start selecting, a window opens, a square or rectangle, that selects everything within it. On the other hand, if I click and drag, holding down the left mouse button, I make a selection that lets me pick only what I want without having to draw a box. What's the difference between these two methods? Honestly, it's just about practicality. For instance, if I want to select everything here, I can do it like this, and it's faster, but I could also do it like this. However, if I want to select everything here except for these letters, I could do something like this, and then something like this to leave those out. What's the advantage of the green selection? It's much faster. We can do this and select everything within it. By contrast, the blue selection requires that the entire object fits inside the box to be selected. For example, if I do this, as you can see, the object is selected. But if I do this, the object won't be selected. So, if I do this, as you can see, none of the objects have been selected. In contrast, with the green selection, just touching the object a little will select it. As you can see, all the objects are selected at once. What is the blue selection good for? It's very useful when we want to select items, but leave certain things in the middle unselected. For example, I could do this but leave these parts unselected. And just like the green selection, we can also make it irregular, allowing us to do something like this and only select these two parts. As you can see, this is a very simple function of the program, but it's good to understand the differences between the two. I've encountered people with many years of AutoCAD experience who only use one of these methods, but there are situations where using the other can save a lot of time. I hope you found this useful, and I'll see you in the next video. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. In this video, we're going to correctly configure the units for our drawing. This is an aspect that is often overlooked, but is super important to set up as soon as you start a drawing. So let's get it done right away. To do this, we'll type DWG units and press enter. This will open a window, and from 1 to 6, it shows the different units available in the program. In this case, it shows 6 because it's set to meters, but let's say we want to use millimeters instead. We would type 3 and press enter. Next, it asks us to configure the type of decimal format we want. It could be scientific or decimal. In this case, we'll leave it as decimal since we don't need scientific precision. To do this, type 2 and press enter. Now it asks how many decimal places we want to display. Let's leave it at 2. The following question is about whether objects imported or inserted from another drawing, such as a block, should automatically adjust to the units we've defined for this drawing. I recommend setting this to yes. For example, imagine we have a block from another drawing that's in inches. If we import it into this drawing, the program will automatically convert inches to meters, or in this case, to millimeters, making the conversion much quicker and easier. So, we'll set it to yes and press enter. Next, it asks whether the drawing's units should match the units of imported objects. Absolutely. Let's set it to yes. Now a warning appears asking whether the units of objects already present in the drawing should be changed. For instance, if this drawing, currently empty, already contained a table drawn in inches, and we configure the file to use meters, the program would automatically convert the table from inches to meters. Let's set it to yes and press enter. Finally, it asks if the same should apply to objects in the layouts. Let's also set this to yes. As we see, the window closes automatically, and the units are now configured correctly according to our preferences. To wrap up, I hope you found this helpful. Like many of the initial tips, this is a very important detail to address when starting a new drawing. If you don't have these basics set properly, you may encounter many issues later on, even if they aren't immediately apparent. Thank you, and I hope you found this useful. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. In this short video, we're going to see how to configure the settings of our mouse. This way, we can apply, for example, a very easy way to repeat the last function we performed with the right mouse button. This is really useful when we're using functions like drawing lines, circles, or, for example, trimming sections of lines. Now, let's see it with an example, but you'll see how much it speeds up our drawing process. Let's get started. Let's draw a line here, for example, and as we can see, if we finish it and right-click, this menu will open. Right now, it's not configured, so let's do that. To do this, we just need to type the word options and enter it. This way, this window will open, and we're going to go to the Usage and Preferences tab. In my case, it was already open because I used it recently, but it will likely open on one of these. So let's go to User Preferences, and once here, we'll go to this first block and click where it says Right Mouse Button Customization. As you can see, another tab opens. And here we have several options, but the ones we'll focus on right now are these two. What they basically do is give us the ability to repeat the last command by right-clicking. For example, the first one tells us that the objects are not selected when we right-click. In this case, the drop-down menu we mentioned earlier would open, but if we check this option, what we discuss happens. We would repeat the last used command. And the same for the second option. This one tells us that if one or more objects are selected, the right button either opens the menu or repeats the last command. In this case, we'll leave it as shortcut menu because when we have objects selected, we'll likely want to access the properties of that object rather than repeat the last command. So, we'll leave it as is, and we can click Apply and then Close. Here, we would also click Apply and close a window. Now, let's test if what we just configured works. Let's draw another line, for example. We mark the start and end points. Press Escape. And now, if we right-click the mouse button, we would already have a line started, much faster than going to find a line command or, for example, having to type it every time we want to draw a line. This way, just using the right-click is much faster, and as you can see, we can keep drawing lines indefinitely by just right-clicking the mouse button. Let's test it with another object, like a circle. Let's draw a circle here. Right-click, and as we see, we can keep drawing more circles much more easily and quickly. And with this, we'd finish this short video, where I just wanted you to see how to configure a detail on your mouse, which has really saved me a lot of work hours. Even though it might seem like a small thing, it saves a lot of time, especially when we're making similar objects or using very similar functions continuously. So, I hope you find it useful and also configure it in your program, as it really will help you. Good morning and good afternoon, everyone. In this video, we are going to see how to change both the background color and the color of this part of the program's interface. As you can see, I currently have the interface in white and the drawing background in black. Why is this important? It might seem trivial, but when we spend many hours a day working with this program, it's really nice to have a suitable background color. You'll see now. We can set the drawing background to white or black, depending on the ambient light we have. But honestly, this adjustment is great for your eyes. Spending long hours working with this program means we need colors that are easy on our vision. So, let's see how to change it. It's very simple. All we have to do is type options, or options if you have it in Spanish. Open it, and this tab will appear. What do we need to do? We go to the display section, which is this one here. And as we can see in the color theme option, I currently have it set to light, this white theme here. If I change it to dark and apply it, as you can see, it switches back to the previous state. I'll leave it on dark now. This part refers to the overall interface, not the drawing window. The drawing window can be changed from here below. As you can see, by opening this menu, you can adjust the 2D workspace and many other parts of the program, like the block editing window, etc. From here, you can modify the drawing background color. For example, the most common choice would be either white or black. But if you want, you can choose any color, like yellow, or something a bit more reasonable, like a soft green. However, in my case, I don't like it. I prefer to keep it black, so I'll leave it that way. And as you can see, this is how you can easily change the colors of both the windows and the tool sections. I hope you found this video very useful. Honestly, it's a detail many people overlook, but before starting to draw for several hours, it's important to configure it in a way that makes you feel comfortable. That's all for this video, and I'll see you in the next one. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. In this video, we're going to see how to set up an Autocad template so that we can save it with all our configurations, including units, layers, and everything related to printing. This way, we can use it for each of our drawings and save a lot of time every time we need to create a new plan or project. By simply opening this template, we'll instantly have all our color, unit, and other settings ready. So, let's get started. The first thing we need to do is open a new drawing. It's that simple. We can do this from here or by simply clicking the plus icon. As you can see, once inside the drawing, we'll go to configure the units. To do this, we need to type the command dwg-units and enter this function. Once we click, this screen will appear, and as we see, it shows option 3, which is millimeters. In this case, this works for me since I want to create drawings in millimeters. If we were working or if you work in meters for architecture, engineering, etc., you could input the number you want here. In my case, I'll press enter. Now, the next thing it asks is what type of decimals we want. In this case, I'll choose a decimal format and press enter. As we can see, I now have option 2 configured. The next thing we need to configure is how many decimals we want to display in our drawings. In my case, I'll set it to 2 as I don't want too many decimals. The next thing it asks is whether we want to scale objects imported from other drawings to match the units we're defining right now. We leave it as yes, as we can see it's already set. Press enter. Now, the last thing it asks is whether we want to match the insertion units with the drawing units. This is somewhat similar to the previous question, but here we'll also say yes. Finally, it asks whether we want to change the units of the current drawing. Now, because we open a new drawing, this doesn't apply, but if we were in the middle of a drawing, we'd set this to yes. So, we leave it as yes. What does it mean? If we've started a drawing, the units would change to these? As you can see, we've returned to the beginning, so we can now close this window and the units would already be defined. We close this. Now, the next thing we can do is type the command options or options in Spanish and enter this command. As you can see, this tab opens, and the first thing we'll do is go to the Display tab. Here, as I showed in a short video, we configure the color of the graphic window. As I said, we already covered this, but to review quickly, from here, we can change the color of both the upper section and, from here, we could change the color of each workspace in Autocad, not just black or white, but other colors as well. As I said, we already covered this, so I'll go over it quickly for now. What's the next thing we need to do? Deactivate these two tabs here. This ensures that no specific paper size appears later in the layout. Instead, we'll create a title block to our size and make several with different sizes, but already with our definitions. So, we deactivate them and click Apply. Of course, you can explore all the options in more depth if you want, as there are many. Now let's go to the Open and Save tab, which is a very important topic, especially something we'll see shortly. The first thing I want to mention is this here. From here, we define the version in which our drawings are saved. This is useful because, for example, if we work with someone, such as a client using a much older version of Autocad, say 2012 or something similar, we need to configure a save style here that matches their software, avoiding errors when sharing files with another computer, etc. For now, we'll leave it as is, but it's something to keep in mind. The next very important thing is autosave. This is crucial because anyone who has worked with AutoCAD knows the worst thing that can happen is spending hours on a drawing, making it complex and detailed, only to forget to save. It can happen you're focused and you forget to save the drawing. That's why it's essential to have autosave enabled. As we see, it's enabled, but it's very important to ensure it's active. We can even change the interval between saves. Here, it's set to 10 minutes. But in my opinion, I'd set it to something shorter, like 5 minutes. In 10 minutes, you can do a lot of work. And if you lose it, honestly, it's a very unpleasant experience. What's the next thing we can check? Let's go to the Print tab. Here, you can define many things. Of course, I'll leave it to you to explore in more detail. But one thing I do want you to set is the format in which we print. As you can see, here we could select any printer, but what's much more useful is configuring it to automatically export to PDF. This way, we can review the PDF and print from there. For me, this is important because otherwise, we might accidentally print drawings. Great. What's the next thing we can check? Let's go to User Preferences. One thing I already showed in a short video is customizing the mouse. From here, we can configure the right mouse button to repeat the last command. As we saw, this feature helps us draw much faster. So, I hope you'll set up your mouse correctly with that video, and you'll see how much time it saves. Next tab or section, Drafting. From here, we could configure many aspects of our drawing, such as marker sizes, anything related to the colors we covered earlier, and so on. I'll leave this tab for you to explore on your own, as these are more detailed configurations. Skipping the next two tabs, one related to 3D and the other to selection topics, you can, of course, explore these as well. Let's go to the Profile section. Although it's the last one, it's one of the most important, as this is where we can define the profile we just created. We've just configured units, program settings, and the interface, and here's where we can save this configuration. Simply click Add to List and give it a name like Profile A, then add a description, such as black background, millimeters, or anything related to the settings we just made. This way, when we see it, we'll know exactly which configuration it refers to. This can be very useful if we end up with many different profiles, especially when working with others. As you can see, the configuration is saved here. If we want to activate this configuration, we'd click on it and then click Set Current. It will automatically become the default. We'd close the window, and our configuration would be applied to the drawing. So, as you can see, if we enter the Options menu again, we'd find it here. We close it, and in the next video, we'll cover how to create and configure a title block to use as a base for all your drawings. That's all for this video. See you in the next one, and I hope you found it very useful. Good morning, everyone. In this video, we are going to take a closer look at the entire top bar that appears in the Autocad interface and see what each of the tabs up here offers us. As I mentioned, we are going to go over it quickly and preliminarily since later in the course, we will dive deeper into the main functions. So, we'll do some examples with basic functions, but primarily we'll explain what each one is for and how we can use them. If we start with the first tab up here, as you can see, it's organized into several blocks. The main ones we have would be this drawing block, followed by this modifications block, this annotations block. This block relates to layers. Next, we have this one, which is related to blocks. The following one involves all properties of objects, lines, or anything related to the drawing. And then we have several secondary blocks with utility groups, such as measuring, copying, pasting, etc. If we look a bit more closely at each block, starting with the first one, which is the drawing block, as you can see, it offers basic tools such as a simple line, a polyline, which are several connected lines that form a single block, the circle, which has many options for use, center diameter, 2-point diameter, for example, like this one here, or other tools such as arcs, which we can use in many ways. As you can see, we could create any arc that can later be modified as desired. Next, we have, for instance, rectangles or polygons. For example, a basic rectangle might be if we set a distance of 100 by 50. We also have the polygon tool, where we specify the number of sides we want, for example, 7, and assign a center, let's say here. Then, we decide whether it's inscribed in the circle or circumscribed, and we'd have the polygon ready. We will cover all of this in detail in specific videos for each tool. But for now, to give you a quick overview, here we also have ellipse tools. As you can see, we could create different types of ellipses. Here, we have everything related to shading, essentially a way to color figures. For example, we can select here and assign it a solid color, a pattern, or even a color gradient, such as green and red. Then, hidden in this drop-down, we have other options, like this one called Spline, which is used to create curves that can be easily modified using these points here. Or, we might use the same function but in a different way. Lastly, here, we have some slightly more secondary tools, like this helix tool, which, as the name suggests, is used to create helices. If we delete all of this that we just generated, we can move on to the next block. As I mentioned, we'll go into detail for each function later. For now, this is just to show you how they work and where they are. In the next block, Modify, we find everything related to modifying drawings or objects. For example, if we have a circle here and now want to move it, we would do it from here. If we want to make a copy, we would also use this function. This function is used to lengthen lines. As you can see, If we hover over it, it gives us a brief explanation of how to use it. We can also rotate or turn objects. For instance, this wouldn't be noticeable with a circle, but if we have a line and want to rotate it, we can select it and then rotate the object. We also have the mirror tool, which allows us to create a symmetrical copy of an object, like here. Next, we have the scale tool, which is used to make an object larger or smaller. For example, let's reduce this 1 by half to 0.5, or we could double this one size to 2. Then, we have other tools like trim or extend. For example, trim is very useful for cutting off unnecessary sections, while extend is used to fill in missing parts. We also have the fillet tool, which is used to create rounded corners. For example, if we have two lines forming a right angle, we can assign a radius of 20. Select the two lines, and as you can see, it's done. As I mentioned, we will cover this in detail in specific videos, so don't worry now. This is just to give you an overview of the possibilities available. Next, we have other tools, like this one for deleting objects. As you can see, everything we touch is automatically deleted when we press Enter. Lastly, there are additional functions here, such as editing splines, which we just saw, or other options, like breaking a circle, for instance, at a specific point. In short, many other options that we will explore, although some are honestly not very useful. But we'll mostly focus on the main ones. We can erase what we've just done and move on to the next section, which would be annotations. This annotations section, as you'll see, is just a shortcut to the functions we find here. So from here, we can already see the most interesting ones. This is mainly used to add text and dimensions. For example, if we have a line here and a circle, we could, for instance, add some text here on this line. And now we would write, "Hello, good afternoon." We'd close it, and as you can see, the text looks a bit small. Then, we could scale it using the scale function, or we could directly change its properties by right-clicking and accessing properties. We could move this, for instance, here or perhaps a bit higher. As you can see, when we go into the text, we can also modify everything we want from here, even, for example, the color. Let's select this and change it to yellow. We could also change the font type here, etc. So we'll close this and move on to the next part in this section. As we can see, we can add dimensions here. If we expand this drop-down, we could add dimensions such as linear ones, for example, right here. As you can see, it looks a bit small, and I'll show you later how to change its properties as well. But it's very simple. We type dim style, and from here, we would modify the size of the text, for instance, which is currently set to 2.5. Let's set it to 5, as well as, for example, the lines or the arrows. We confirm, and as you can see, it's now slightly larger. We could also make the arrows bigger, for example, to 15. As you can see, their size has changed quite a bit. We could add other dimensions, such as the radius of the circle or even its diameter. Here we'd have other options with dimensions in text, such as adding labels in this way. But in this case, we'll go over that in detail in another video. So we can continue with the layers section. The layers section is quite important as it is widely used, especially in architectural drawings. To see it quickly, if we open this drop-down, we only see two layers, which are the ones currently created. From here, we can hide or show certain layers. For example, let's see an example. Let's create a layer. We've entered here, and this opens up. From here, we could create a new layer. Let's name it A and give it a green color. From here, we can select whether we want it to print or not. And from here, we can choose the layer we want to draw on. Now, everything we draw will be in this layer. As you can see, it is automatically drawn in green. What happens if we now select this light bulb here? As you can see, everything on the red layer has disappeared. The same happens with this one. If we select it, it disappears. So that's what this layer section is about. As I said, we'll look at it in more detail as it is a bit more complex. Next, we have the block section. The block section is also very important since it allows us to create, as the name suggests, entire blocks that are simply drawings. Let's see an example. We can erase this, and I'll create a circle here, a polyline, and then trim here, here, and here. As you can see, we now have this object, which consists of two parts. We want to create a block. We'd go here, select this tab that says Create Block, and here we'd name the block. For example, Block 1. Here, we'd select the base point, select the object, and click OK. As you can see, we now have our block. We can move it as a single piece or do whatever we want with it. Everything related to blocks is also more complex, and we'll look at it in detail. So we erase this and move on to the next section. As I mentioned before, this section is about properties and is used to change the color, line type, etc. Let's see an example. We'll draw a couple of lines here and now see how it works. We can select one of the two lines and go directly here. As you can see, the color is set to follow the layer, but we can change it to red. What else can we change? We can also change the line type. For instance, now it's at a size of 0.5, but we can set it to 0.05. And as you can see, it results in a much thinner line. We could even use a different line type. We'd have to import it from here. For example, a dashed or dotted line. We'd select the line and change it from here. Obviously, we can change the properties of this line from here. And in the scaling, we could set it to 5. As you can see, it changes. Or, for example, 0.5, resulting in a much more dotted line. So with this, we've covered this properties section. Next, we can look at, for example, these blocks here. We'll cover the groups section later, since it's a bit more complex. The utilities section is, for example, for measuring a line. As we can see, we hover over it, and it tells us its length. It also shows the distance between one and another. Continuing, we have this section for copying and pasting an object or even parts imported from other drawings. And lastly, we have this section here, which we'll leave for later. So far, we've covered the entire Home tab, which, as I mentioned before, is essentially a summary of all tabs. Let's quickly look at the remaining tabs, since we've already gone over the most important ones. If we go to the next one, we'd find the Insert window. Here, as you can see, we have several options, but one very important one is the Insert Block option here. In this case, as we see, we have the block we just created. We'd simply click it, and it would be inserted. So as you can see, it's very easy. Then we'd have other options related to blocks here, similar to the ones here. Some are the same, while others are additional options. Here, similarly, we'd find options for defining blocks. We also have options for creating a block, defining its attributes, or editing a block. For example, we could edit this block, and once in the Edit tab, we could add another circle to this block. Then we'd click here, exit the block editor, and it asks if we want to save the changes. We'd say yes. Now the block is modified. We could insert it again, and as you can see, the modified version would appear. What else do we have here? Options for attaching external files, importing PDFs, and more. Here we'd also have features like adding a location, allowing us to use something like Google Maps and Autocad to draw over maps, etc. Then, if you like, we can move on to the Annotations tab, which, as I mentioned, extends what we saw earlier. Here we'd find options for modifying text properties. Here we'd have dimensions for adding, for example, a radius or linear dimension as we saw earlier. In this case, they appear quite large, so we need to adjust their sizes. Here, we'd also find other types of annotations, such as marking the center of a circle or adding a center line. Here we have options for creating tables. You can make tables in Autocad. As you see, we'd set the properties, reduce the font size a bit, and we'd have a table. We also have other options, such as the revision cloud, which is useful for marking corrections or errors in a drawing. And with this, we could move on to the parametric tab. We won't cover it in detail now as it's a bit more complex, but it offers more geometric options and tools for dimensions. For now, the dimensions we've covered here are sufficient. Next, we have the View tab, which is more important since it allows us to manage all view-related options, such as a view cube, which is more relevant for 3D drawing. Here, we can also deactivate the navigation bar or the cube. The same applies to this reference here. From here, we can configure and modify other view-related aspects of the program. The next tab would be this one, used to manage photos and videos in Autocad. As you know, you can create simple videos or animations of parts here, which can also be done in this section, though we won't cover it now. Next is the tab for printing or generating PDFs and exporting Autocad documents to another program or computer. Finally, we'd have some other tabs related to purchasing or accessing Autodesk programs, buying other versions, or collaborative drawing tools. Here, we'd also find some more advanced functions related to blocks and attributes, which we'll cover later. Lastly, something I wanted to mention is this arrow here. As you can see, clicking it changes the appearance of the top bar. Clicking again minimizes it further, so we need to hover over to view the options. Clicking once more hides it completely, requiring us to hover over for the options to appear. Clicking again restores it to normal. This is useful if we have a small screen or want to maximize the drawing area. It's an option I quite like. Similarly, double-clicking any of these tabs allows us to toggle the appearance. For now, we'll leave it as it is. And with that, we've finished this video, covering the options at the top and the main tools. As I mentioned, we'll create specific videos for the tools we'll use most often. I hope this has given you some context and found it useful. See you in the next video. Hello everyone. In this short video, we'll take a look at how the interface of the drawing window in our Autocad is structured. As you can see, it's very simple. It only includes what appears inside this frame. First, in the bottom left corner, we find the coordinate axis. This, though it might seem trivial, is a very useful feature that always helps orient us regarding how we are positioned and where our drawing is located. For example, if we switch to a 3D drawing view, you'll see how useful it really is, as it helps determine whether we're oriented correctly or reversed. If you notice, when I change the direction of the coordinate axis, it always indicates where each axis is positioned. Great. So what else do we have here? We have the view cube. The view cube is also very important, especially in 3D functions, because it is incredibly easy to use. As you can see, all we have to do is click on the different faces of the cube or its corners, and we'll get the view we need at that moment. If we want to return to a standard view, we just click on top, and we'll return to the default 2D drawing view. What else do we have here? On the view cube, we have this checkbox. This checkbox lets us set a specific view as our favorite. Let's do it now. We would need to access this arrow and click here to set the current view as our favorite. Let's click. Now, if we switch to a different view and click on the checkbox, we'll automatically return to our favorite view. This can help streamline navigation without having to search for the desired view repeatedly. What else is in this arrow? We have cube settings. For instance, if we go into settings, we could change things like the cube's location. Right now, it's in the top right corner, but we might prefer to move it to the bottom left corner, for example. We'd adjust it accordingly. If we don't want it there, we do the same process and perhaps move it to the top left corner. In my case, I like it in the default top right position since I'm used to it, and it doesn't bother me at all. All right, what else do we have here? We have this toolbar. This toolbar is very useful. It provides quick access to various functions. Let's go through them one by one to get familiar with the program. Later, we'll delve deeper into them as needed. First, we have this wheel. The wheel has several shortcut functions. At the top, we have zoom. By clicking zoom and using the mouse wheel, we can zoom in and out. Next, we have the orbit tool, which allows us to rotate the drawing in 3D 360 degrees. This is particularly helpful for visualizing a 3D object or design, enabling us to see all sides easily. Inside the wheel, we also find the pan tool, represented by a hand icon. This tool lets us drag the drawing for easier navigation. There's also the rewind tool, which allows us to step back and view recent actions taken in the program. This is especially useful when troubleshooting errors or identifying where something went wrong without losing your work. Closing the wheel reveals additional options. Zoom already covered. The 3D rotate tool to manipulate 3D objects. A tool for creating videos of designs. The video tool isn't as simple to explain quickly, but it's very useful for creating animations of moving parts or promotional materials. After closing the wheel, we also have additional options. Some of them overlap with features available within the wheel. For example, this one corresponds to the zoom function we just reviewed. This one is a tool for rotating 3D objects. Finally, this last one here is for creating videos. We'll cover this in more detail later, since it's not as straightforward as the other tools, but it allows us to create videos of objects in motion or partial motion. It's particularly useful for visualizing how a part would move, or even for making promotional videos. So, as far as the drawing interface goes, those are the features we've covered. We also have the ability to hide these elements. For example, clicking the cross will remove them. Regarding the view cube, we can type a specific command to enable or disable it. If we go into this menu, we can deactivate the cube, and as you can see, it disappears from the drawing. To reactivate it, we follow the same steps. The same goes for the toolbar. In this menu, we see it is deactivated. We switch it to on and the toolbar reappears. What are we missing in this drawing window? One very important element that is not currently visible is the command bar. Let me show you how to activate and deactivate it. When activated, this bar appears and tracks all the commands we execute. For example, if we draw a line, we type the command line or línea in Spanish. The command bar guides us through the process, prompting us to specify the first point, then the second point. As we follow these instructions, we end up with our line. The command bar records each step and provides tips or suggestions to make drawing easier. To deactivate it, we simply click the cross. Sometimes, this bar can feel a bit obtrusive in the middle of the interface, so I like to keep it deactivated when not needed. Clicking the cross will show a prompt informing us that to reopen the bar, we just need to press Ctrl+9. If we confirm, the bar disappears. To reactivate it, we press Ctrl+9 again and the bar reappears. With that, we've covered all the functions of the drawing interface. I hope this has been helpful. As always, we'll dive deeper into each of these features in future course videos. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. In this video, we are going to take a closer look at the bottom part of the Autocad interface, including the toolbar and the print bar. The print window bar. As you already know, in this course, we will first create a global idea of the program. We are going to go over all the functions a bit. What are they for? So that you can have an idea of the possibilities available, and later in the course, we will dive deeper into all the functions and develop them in much more detail. All right, let's go. The first thing we see at the bottom of the program are these three lines. If we click on them, a drop-down menu opens. Here, we can see, for example, the option to create a new layout, a new print window, and other options like importing a layout already made from an old drawing. This is very useful if we have, for example, a predefined system of plans in our company or something similar. And then we would have other options to configure this part of the program to our liking. The next thing we have are these three tabs. The first would be the model, which is where we do the main drawing, where AutoCAD opens by default. And then we have these two. They are the same, but they can be configured differently. This would be the main print window. Here, as you can see, we get a grid part. This would be the print window. If we double-click inside, it would take us to the model. Here, we can do whatever we want to position our model for printing later. As I mentioned in the last video, you can close the command bar if it bothers you. Inside the print tabs, we have several possibilities. For example, what the print window is. If we double-click outside, we can modify it however we want. We can move it, enlarge it, or even extend it to the edges to fill the entire paper. Obviously, we would do this more carefully, making the edges tighter. Or, for example, we can even make copies and move the tab. We could put one here, for example, and then copy it to make another one right next to it, and another one at the top, perhaps longer. Why might this be useful? Because, for example, we might want to print a 3D part from several views. So, we would put this view here. For example, in this model, we could rotate it and view it from here, and here we might want a 2D view, for instance. This can be configured to suit each person and the project we are working on. If we go back down here, we have this plus box. This is used to create a new print tab. If we click on it, it gives us a new layout, as we can see. This one would be blank. Here we could, for example, change its name by right-clicking on it. A drop-down menu opens. Here we could change its name to Layout A, for example. Alternatively, we can make copies of the print windows. If we right-click on one of them, apart from changing the name, we can delete it or move it or copy it. If we click on this option, a small window opens where we can tell it to create a copy, and it automatically creates a copy of Layout 1, which, as we can see, is exactly the same. All right, so once we've gone over the printing part, we will logically move on to another section. All right, so once we've gone through the entire layout and printing section, we'll move on to the next part. Logically, everything about printing and layout configuration will be covered in more depth since it's a very important topic. But for now, I just want you to have a global view and start understanding the purpose of each function in the program. All right, so if we go here to the bottom right of the program, we see all these functions. The first one, for example, if we go back to the model for clarity, is this one labeled model. If we click on it, it takes us directly to the layout we were last working on. It's a shortcut, let's say. It might be a faster way, although it's not used much. If we are in the layout and click here, it takes us back to the model but within the print window. So, we return to the model to look at the next options. The first thing we find is this grid here. If we click on it, as we can see, the drawing grid is deactivated. This can be useful because sometimes a grid can be distracting or annoying, although it's helpful for alignment and as a reference underneath our drawing. The next option we will skip for now because it's more complex. It's a kind of assistance that allows us to refine the cursor's movements. We'll cover this later. The next option here is ortho mode and orthogonal mode. This is one of the most useful tools in the entire program. It can also be activated from here with the F8 key as indicated. What does this function do? It's an aid for drawing right angles. Let's see an example to understand it better. For example, if we draw a line, we choose the starting point. As we can see, if we have orthogonal mode deactivated, we can draw the line in any direction. For example, now we have it at 111 degrees. What happens if we activate orthogonal mode? Let's draw a line again from the same point. And now the cursor forces us to draw the line only at angles of 90 degrees, 180, 270, or 0. This is a very useful aid because if we are drawing right angles, it allows us to quickly change several drawings, even in different dimensions. As I mentioned, it can be activated with the F8 key. This is something I'm not going to make you memorize logically, but there are functions where you will start learning the commands because they are tools you will constantly use. The next thing we find is this one right here, polar tracking. It's activated with the F10 key, and we'll also look at an example to understand it better. If we click on it, it will activate, and if we enter the drop-down menu, we can choose the types of restrictions it allows. For example, this first option works like orthogonal mode, with restrictions at 90, 180, 270, and 360 degrees. But to change it up a bit, let's set it to every 30 degrees and draw a line. We mark the starting point, and as we can see, it now snaps every 30 degrees. You see, every 60 degrees, 30 degrees, 90, 120, and so on. If, for example, we set it to every 15 degrees and draw a line, it would snap at every 15 degrees. We get this green dashed line that allows us to refine our drawings much more precisely without having to draw each line at specific degrees. The next feature we find is this one here, isometric drawing. This provides a quick way to switch between different isometric views. If we click on the arrow, we can quickly switch between different isometric perspectives. If we deactivate it, it goes back to our previous view. This feature will be used later. For now, don't worry too much about it. The next feature we find is this one here, which, like the previous one I mentioned, we will skip for now as it's a bit more complex and not immediately useful. On the other hand, the next one is again one of the most useful in the entire program. It's activated with the F3 command, and if we click on the arrows, this drop-down menu appears. These are tools that make drawing easier. For example, they help us find endpoints, midpoints, or geometric centers. Now, let's deactivate everything and do an example so you can see it better. For instance, we can draw a line in a circle, maybe around here. Now, let's activate some aids. The drop-down menu opens. It's the same as the one in the arrow. Let's activate endpoints, midpoints, and the geometric center. If we click on a line and hover over it, when we draw a line, we mark the starting point from here. You'll quickly see how it marks the endpoints of the other line and its midpoint. So, if we click here, it connects one line perfectly to the other. The same applies to the geometric center. If we start a line from here and move toward the circle, it should show the center of the object. So, to see the difference, let's deactivate everything again and draw a line from here. As we can see, we can't find the endpoints, midpoints, or the center of the circle. So, it would be impossible to connect one line to the other correctly. It would always be misaligned. As I was saying, this will be one of the functions you'll use daily when drawing. So you might as well start remembering that pressing F3 activates it quickly. The next feature is this set of 3 here. These 3 won't be used much now. They're related to annotations and drawing scaling. The same goes for this number displayed here. It indicates the scaling level of the drawing. When we configure units, we'll look at it. So for now, let's skip these functions and go to the settings wheel. If we click on it, these options open. This is also quite important. As we can see, we currently have the drafting and annotation workspace activated. This means we are in the 2D drawing interface, and all the tools are focused on 2D design. If we click on another one, such as 3D Basics, the functions in the toolbar change automatically. As we can see, now they're more geared towards 3D design. The same would happen if we enter 3D modeling, except the tools here are more tailored for modeling specific parts in 3D. For now, let's go back to our 2D drawing workspace. If we go back into the Configuration drop-down menu, and this time enter the Customize tab, we find many options. This will be very useful for taking our design to a much higher level, as it allows us, for example, to add custom key combinations to associate-specific functions with keys we find convenient. This way, we can perform the most common actions, like moving, rotating, or copying, much faster. We'll go over this in detail later, but it's done from here. The same applies to functions linked to mouse clicks. You can configure, for instance, the right mouse button to repeat the last function you performed. This way, you could keep drawing circles, for example, by simply right-clicking. So, let's close this window, and as I mentioned, we'll look at it in depth in a separate video, since it's a very useful feature of the program and will allow us to work much faster. To finish, for example, Here we have these geometric shapes that appear over here. If we click on them, this drop-down menu with only two options opens. What it tells us is that we can isolate or hide objects. What is this for? This is useful, for example, if we have many objects in the drawing, like this. Imagine we have a drawing like this, where it's very difficult to see a specific object. What we can do is click here, select Isolate Object, and choose the object we want to isolate, for example, this circle. We select it and press Enter. As we can see, only the circle remains and the rest of the drawing has disappeared. If we go back, everything will reappear, and the same can be done with the Hide option. If we want to hide this circle, we click on it, press Enter, and as we can see, only this object has disappeared. We can go here, click, and it would reappear, restoring the drawing to its previous state. What remains here below is this option, which allows us to make the drawing area larger by hiding all the toolbar menus above. This can be useful when drawing on, for example, a laptop or a smaller screen, and needing the drawing area to be as large as possible. If we click on it, we return to how it was previously. Finally, we have these three lines here. What does this allow us to do? It lets us customize and modify this entire bar of functions according to our preferences. For example, we could deactivate orthogonal mode, and as we can see, it disappears from below. We can reactivate it. We could remove any functions we want and configure this toolbar however we like. For instance, we could add more functions, all these if they interest us for any reason. This is something I'll leave to your preferences, as everyone can configure it in a way that works best for them. This is something that becomes more apparent as you start drawing things and begin to see which functions are most useful and need to be at hand. So, with this, we conclude this brief video about some of the functions of the lower part of the program. I hope you found it very useful, and we'll continue with the next video. Good morning and good afternoon, everyone. In this video, we are going to take the first steps, which is opening the Autocad program. As you know, in the last video, I showed you how to install the program. This was a free version provided by the Autodesk Group, and in this video, we'll see how to open it and what appears as soon as the program starts, so we can begin exploring the main features in the upcoming videos and start drawing some things. All right, as we can see, we have the program installed on the desktop. If we did it correctly by following my last video, the shortcut should appear on the desktop. If not, we can also search for the program in the Windows bar, and it should show up. To open it, simply double-click on it, and the program will automatically start loading. Once the program has finished loading, we'll find this interface here. This is AutoCAD's main interface, where any drawing begins, as it appears immediately upon opening the program. Of course, in future videos, we'll go through each part of the program, but for now, I'll give you a brief introduction so we can start getting familiar with where things are located. To begin, in this first block here in the middle, we have the Recent Files section. As we can see, it's currently empty because we haven't created or worked on any documents yet. If we had any files from yesterday or previous work, they would appear here as a shortcut to reopen them. We also have a search bar here where we could look for older documents that might not show up in the main window. What else can we find? On the left side of the interface, we see the AutoCAD logo, which clearly shows that we have the 2025 version. Below it, there are two of the most important buttons. One is for opening a file, and the other is for creating a new drawing. We'll cover how to create and open old drawings in detail in a separate video, but just so you know, that's where they are. Next, underneath those buttons, there are 4 additional options. The first one is Recent, which corresponds to the main window in the center. Below that, there are various options. In one, we can find predefined projects, Autodesk-created examples, or guides to follow. The next section is the learning area. Here, they provide tips and tutorials to help us learn more about the program. If we click on a video, for instance, it takes us to the website where we can access tutorials. These tutorials are very detailed and can be useful at specific moments. You can explore this section on your own to see if there's something useful for you. Returning to the Autocad interface, the last section here offers statistics about the program. Personalize for your profile. We won't use these right now, but in certain cases, they might provide helpful information. To wrap up this introductory video on Autocad, at the top, we see the toolbar or ribbon. This contains the main functions we'll use for our drawings. Currently, the tools are disabled because we haven't opened a drawing. To enable them, we need to create a new drawing, which I'll show you in detail in another video. But if we quickly open a drawing, we can see that the drawing interface, the top toolbar, and the bottom bar all become active. With that, we conclude this introductory video. I hope you've been able to follow along, whether because you already had the program installed or because my last video helped you download the free version. I hope this was helpful, and I'll see you in the next video where we'll delve deeper into the program. Good morning and good afternoon, everyone again. In this video, we're going to cover the first steps in Autocad, which include opening a new drawing and saving it correctly. This will allow you to easily find it later and keep everything well organized. That way, you'll never lose any drawings, as we invest many hours in each one of them. Losing hours of work due to a saving error is a real shame. Let's start by opening a new drawing. To do this, we can go to the option where it says New. It's the same as clicking this arrow here, or using this option up here. There are several ways to open a new drawing, including this tab here. Let's click on New. As you can see, a completely blank drawing opens with the interface we've discussed in previous videos. At this point, we can start drawing whatever we want. However, if the drawing isn't saved, it's as if it was never created. So, the most important thing, as I mentioned at the beginning, is to save the drawing, and more importantly, to save it in the correct location. To save the file, go to the top of the interface. Saving works similarly to opening a new drawing. You can click here, or click on the Autocad icon. Now let's click, and this window will appear. Let's do a quick test. We'll save the drawing in the History folder. Each person can organize their folders however they prefer. For now, let's give it a name. For example, we'll call this drawing A. Click Save. As you can see, the file is automatically saved in the DWG format, which is the standard format for Autocad. A quick note about file formats. Even if you're using Autocad 2025, the file will save in the 2018 version by default. This is not a problem, as it ensures compatibility with older versions of Autocad. This is useful if you need to share the file with someone who might be using an older version. Now, let's save the file as it is. Once saved, you can close the drawing. For example, let's close it now. Notice how the drawing appears in the Recent tab, which is located here. This section displays the most recent drawings you've worked on, as long as they've been saved correctly. Let's see how to reopen a previously saved drawing. One option is to open it directly from the Recent tab. If the drawing was saved recently, you only need to click on it, and you can continue working. Let's close it again without saving. Another way to open an old drawing is to go to the Open option. Clicking on it will open a file browser where you can locate the drawing. If it doesn't appear immediately, you can search for it in the folder where it was saved, for example, on the desktop. Let's click on Drawing A and open it. You can continue editing your drawing. For example, let's add a large circle to it. Then, save the changes by clicking the Save icon at the top. Now, let's close the drawing again. As you can see, the recent version appears here, reflecting the changes we made. And that's it for this initial lesson. We've learned how to open a new drawing and save it correctly. With these basics in place, we're ready to start drawing. I hope this video has been helpful, and I'll see you in the next one. Good morning and good afternoon to everyone. In this video, we're going to learn what the help system in Autocad is and how it works. You'll see that it's a very simple system that can save us from trouble and, most importantly, save us a lot of time. Whenever we don't know how to use a specific function, accessing the system quickly will help us solve the issue and continue working on our drawing. So, let's dive right in and see how it works. Here's an example I've prepared. We'll use the mirror tool, which means mirror or reflection. The goal is to create a mirrored copy of this object on the other side of the dashed line. Let's imagine we don't know how to use the mirror option. What should we do? Accessing the help system. We can find the help system at the top of the interface in the question mark icon. Clicking on it will open this window. Alternatively, you can type help or ayuda if you're using the Spanish version into the command line. The same window will open either way. Once inside, all you need to do is type the name of the function you want to learn about. In this case, we'll type mir. From the list of results, select the option labeled as a command. As you can see, a detailed explanation of how to use the function appears. The same process applies to other tools. For instance, if you search for line, the system will explain how to draw one step by step. How to locate the function. When you select the command, the first thing you'll see is its symbol. If you click on the symbol, Autocad will highlight where the tool is located in the interface. This feature is extremely useful for finding functions you're unfamiliar with, especially more advanced ones like text or dimensioning tools. Simply knowing the name of the function allows you to find and understand it quickly. Let's try the mirror function. After reading the explanation, let's give it a try. Click on the mirror tool or type the command name directly. Follow the prompts displayed near the cursor. Select Objects. Click on the object you want to mirror and press Enter. Specify the first point. Choose the starting point of the reflection line, e.g. this point here. Specify the second point. Select the ending point of the reflection line. Lastly, Autocad will ask if you want to delete the original object. In this case, we'll choose No. As you can see, the mirrored image of the object is now created. Wrapping up, you can now close the help system. I hope this quick video on Autocad's help system has been useful. As I mentioned earlier, this tool can save us a lot of time. It's faster than searching online, asking a teacher, or calling a colleague. Autodesk has put a lot of effort into making this feature, and it's incredibly handy. Thank you for watching, and I hope this was helpful. See you in the next video. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. In this video, we're going to learn how AutoCAD's properties work. As you can see, it's this panel here, or it appears whenever we select an object. It shows the specific properties of a drawing or a particular part of it. Let's explore the essentials so you can start working with different object properties while drawing. I've drawn 3 lines here to test and experiment with various properties. The first thing we'll do is change the color of a line. This is very simple. For example, the current line is red, but if we select it and go here, we can change the color in several ways. We can set it to the layer define color, which is green in this case. Use the block define color if it belongs to a block, or set the color manually. Let's change it to orange. As you can see, the color updates immediately. Next, let's change the thickness of a line. The lines have a default thickness, but if we select one and set the thickness to 0.5, it becomes thinner. Conversely, setting it to 1.0 makes the line thicker. Adjusting thickness is particularly useful for more visual drawings, ensuring that dimension lines, for example, don't overpower the main drawing elements. Let's change the style of a line. By default, all 3 lines are continuous, but we can modify the style by going here and selecting from options like dashed lines. If the desired style isn't listed, we can click on Others to import additional line types. For instance, we can import a dashed line with dots. After importing, it will appear in the list. We then select the line and apply the new style. If the dashes appear too small or too large, we can right-click on the line, open the Properties panel, and adjust the line type scale. Setting it to 0.5 makes the dashes smaller and closer together, while setting it to 5.0 spaces them farther apart. Lines can also be assigned to specific layers. For example, we can move a line from layer 1 to layer 3. If we deactivate layer 1 and layer 2, only lines in layer 3 will remain visible. When we select a line, its assigned layer will also be displayed. Another useful property is transparency. We can modify the transparency of a line by selecting it, going to the transparency setting, and changing it from 0 to a higher value, like 80. The line will then appear almost transparent. In this case, we'll set it back to 0. Finally, we can copy properties from one object to another. By selecting the Match Properties icon, we click on the object whose properties we want to copy, and then select the object we want to apply those properties to. This is particularly useful for maintaining consistency in our drawings. That's all for AutoCAD's Properties panel. Practice using these tools to get comfortable with them, as they're essential for efficient drawing. I hope you found this helpful, and I'll see you in the next video. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. In this short video, we're going to look at the line command in AutoCAD, or Linea if you have it in Spanish. The line command is probably the most basic of all the program's functions, and it's located here. It's the first tool on the left of the toolbar, and it's the first option there. To use it, we can click on it, Or we can simply type line directly on our keyboard, line in English, linear in Spanish, and hit enter. So, what happens when we activate this command? It prompts us to specify the first point. We specify the first point, for example, in the middle, and then it directs us from that point in any direction we choose. As you can see, I have ortho mode activated with F8, so it only allows straight lines at 0 degrees or 90 degrees. If we turn ortho mode off, we can draw in any direction we want. We specify the second point, and then we click. After clicking, the line command continues, so we can keep drawing multiple lines if needed. This might seem like a multi-line function, but if we select the lines, as you can see, they are separate lines that we can delete individually. What else can we do with this command? For example, if I draw a line and then close it by pressing Enter, we can right-click on the mouse and see that it returns to the last command we used, which in this case is the line command. I showed you how to set this up in one of the last videos. I hope everyone has it set up because it's very useful. With that, we're done with this command. It's very simple, but I encourage you to try drawing lines yourself, experimenting with all the commands here, such as ortho mode angle constraints and different angles, like 45 degrees or 90 degrees. Try drawing lines and connecting them using the point specification commands we discussed before, midpoints, intersections, and so on, until you feel comfortable with this command, which is the most basic one in the program. That's it for this short video. See you in the next one. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. In this short video, we're going to look at the polyline command, which is the second one we find at the top. If we hover over it, a small explanation of how it works will appear. And if you need more information, as we've seen in the Autocad help tutorial, you can always check there. However, in this case, I'm going to show you directly how to use it with a practical example. Let's click directly on it, or as always, we could type polyline and select it from the list. Just like with the simple line command, it asks us to specify a starting point. We specify the starting point, and from there, we can start drawing lines in any direction and with any length we want. For example, let's activate ortho mode and draw a line that's 150 millimeters long. We now have our line, and it might seem similar to the line command because it allows us to keep drawing from the last point. However, it's a bit different because if we continue drawing and then close the shape by pressing Enter, the result is a single continuous line rather than individual segments. Unlike the line command, where the lines are separate segments, the polyline is a unified entity. This is essentially the same as drawing separate lines, and then joining them using the join command. As you can see, now we have a polyline, but it's much faster to draw it directly from the polyline tool, as it automatically creates a single continuous object. There's not much more to explain about this tool. It's very simple and is essentially like the line command, but with the advantage of keeping everything joined as one entity. I hope this tutorial has been helpful, and I encourage you to try it yourself to get comfortable with these basic functions. Thank you very much, and I'll see you in the next video with another command. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. In this video, we are going to explore the circle command, which is the third option in the toolbar. This command is a bit more complex than the last two we reviewed because it offers several options. The circle is a very versatile tool that will allow us to create various shapes, as we'll see in future videos. To start, I've drawn a couple of lines here to test the different circle types. Let's begin with the first one. So grab a notebook and pen to take some notes. The first option is the simplest and easiest, center radius. As its name suggests, you just need to specify the center and the radius of the circle. If you hover over it, a small explanation will appear, clearly showing how it works. Click on it and, as prompted, mark the center of the circle. Let's use the midpoint of this line here. After marking the center, it asks for the radius. You can stretch or shrink it manually, but let's input a value, like 65. Now the circle appears. This is the easiest option. If you like, we can repeat it. Let's create another circle here, with a center point and a radius of 30. As you can see, it's quick and easy to use. Moving on to the next one. This is the center, diameter option. It works the same way, but instead of specifying the radius, you provide the circle's diameter. For instance, if we previously used a radius of 60, the diameter would now be 120, double the radius. Let's delete that and try the next one. This one is slightly different but still very simple. 2 points. For this type, you just need to mark 2 points. Let's choose this point here, and the circle will pass through it. Now, let's select the second point, perhaps the midpoint of the line. We could also create another circle, starting here and ending here. Depending on the specific function, one method might be more useful than the others. Now, let's move on to the 3 points option. This option requires you to specify 3 points. Let's start by marking the first point, perhaps here. Next, we'll select a second point. Let's use the midpoint of this line. Finally, we choose the third point, perhaps this one here. Alternatively, we could select this point instead for a larger circle. Let's choose this point for now. As you can see, the circle is created accordingly. We can repeat this using, for example, this first point, the second one, and this third one here. It results in the same circle but achieved differently. Let's delete it and move on to the next option, tangent, tangent radius. This is slightly more complex. You need to specify 2 tangents and the radius of the circle. To make it clearer, let's adjust these lines to make the tangents more distinct and visually clear. Let's use this function. Click on it. Select the 2 tangent lines and then specify a radius, like 85. The circle appears, respecting the radius and the tangents. If you use a larger radius, the circle would be farther out. A smaller radius would bring it closer in, but it always aligns with the 2 reference points. For example, let's increase the radius to 95, and as you can see, the circle adjusts accordingly. Reducing it to 70 would result in a smaller circle. This method is very useful for working with slanted lines. Finally, let's look at the last option, tangent, tangent, tangent. This is similar to the previous one, but doesn't require specifying a radius. Instead, you mark 3 tangent lines. For a practical example, let's add another line here. We'll copy one of these and rotate it to create a unique layout. Once ready, we use the tangent, tangent, tangent function. Click on it. Select the 3 tangent lines and the only possible circle passing through these tangents will appear. This is incredibly useful when working on designs that require circular features based on specific constraints. For instance, if we move this line closer and use the function again, we get a smaller circle. The same applies to the other side, resulting in a differently sized circle. We've now reviewed all the options for the circle command. Remember, you can also access all these functions by typing circle or the equivalent in your language into the command bar. When activated, typing circle shows all the options, including center, radius as the default. If you want diameter, you simply input D. Similarly, you can type the other commands directly, like 2 points, to create a circle between 2 specified points. This concludes the review of the circle command. I hope this was helpful and that you practice on your own. These tips should assist you in starting to draw with the appropriate circle functions as needed. Thank you, and I'll see you in the next video with another command. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. In this short video, we're going to learn how to use the rectangle function. You can find it here in a small icon. When you hover over it, as usual, it gives you a quick explanation of how to use it. If you click on this small arrow, you'll also see the polygon option, which we'll cover in a future video. Let's jump into a practical example to see how it works more easily. Click on Rectangle, or as always, you can type the command directly. Just type rectangle in English or your local language. Once you activate the command, it prompts you to specify the first point, which is one corner of the rectangle. Click anywhere, for example, here. Then, it asks for the second point, which will define the opposite corner. Since it's a rectangle, the 4 sides will be automatically created. Click here, for example, and the rectangle is complete. As you can see, we've created a rectangle with completely random dimensions. But if you want to be more precise, you can specify the exact dimensions. Click to set the first corner. Then, enter the length of one side, for example, 250, and press the Tab key. Now, specify the length of the other side, for example, 150, and press Enter. This will create a rectangle with the exact dimensions you provided. Once the rectangle is created, you can select it and adjust its dimensions. If you try dragging the sides, you might distort the shape, so it will no longer be a rectangle. But if you enable the orthogonal mode, you can resize its sides while keeping the proportions correct. You can also move the entire rectangle to another location if needed. This concludes our video about the rectangle function. As you can see, it's one of the simplest tools in the program. Technically, you could use the polyline function to create a rectangle manually, but it would take much longer. Using the rectangle tool is much faster and more efficient. I hope you found this short video useful. See you in the next one, where we'll cover another command. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. In this short video, we are going to see how to use and what options the arc function has, which is the 4th one starting from the top left. And as we can see, if we click on the small arrow, we would have a lot of options to use. Just like we saw with the circle function, we are going to look at each of them and explain a bit how to use them to make the video more practical and dynamic. I am going to create a couple of lines here. Let's copy one and put it here, for example, and let's set them to red. And once we have them here, we can try all the types of arcs. Let's start with the first one, for example, which would be the 3-point arc. 3 points means, as we can see here in the small explanation, that we have to mark the starting point, the end point, and the middle point to define the arc. Let's see here, it tells us to specify the first point of the arc. We would click on the starting point, which for example could be this one here. Now, as we can see, be careful because this can be confusing. It asks us for the second point of the arc, which would be the middle point. So let's say, for example, the midpoint up here. And now, as we can see, we only need the last point, the end point of the arc. If we click here, we get a slightly odd arc. And as we can see, if we click here, it would look more like a circle than an arc. And we would click here in the end, and by clicking it, the arc would already be done. As we can see, we have made a 3-point arc, and this would be the center of the circumference. This is one of the simplest and most commonly used ones, which is why it is in the first position. Now let's look at the second one. This one would be start point, center, and end point, which unlike the first one is start point, middle point, but not the middle point of the arc, rather the central point of the radius of the circle, and the end point, as we can see here, explains it perfectly. Let's see an example. We would click, and for example, we would mark the starting point. Now it asks us for the central point of the arc, which could be this one here. And finally, we would mark the end point, which for example could be this one. As we can see, it gives us an arc different from the previous one using the 3-point function, since now the center of the circumference is the one we marked as the second point. So as you can see, it is also a very simple function. The only thing is that we need to be clear about which points we have to mark. Let's move on to the next one. The next one would be starting point, center, and the angle we want for the arc. We would click. We would give it a starting point, for example, this one. Now it asks us for a central point. We would give it this one, for example. And now it asks us for an angle. Let's see what happens if we give it, for example, 45 degrees. As we can see, we would get an arc half the size of a quarter of a circumference. And if we try, for example, with 90 degrees, we mark the starting point, the central point, and we would give it 90 degrees. We would get an angle of a quarter of a circumference. Inference. I hope this is becoming clear. And let's move on to the next function. The next one would be starting point, center, and arc length. Let's see it. We would click on the starting point, which for example could be this one here. Now it asks us for the central point, which could be this one, and now it asks for a length. We could give it, for example, 50. And as we can see, it gives us an arc that relative to this central point would have a length of 50. As we can see here, we have the explanation. It is supposed to be the length directly as it tells us here. And if we give it a greater length, for example, we mark the point here. This is the central point, and we give it a length of, for example, 90. As we can see, we have a larger arc, but always respecting the central point of the circle that makes up the arc. We delete it, and let's see the next one. The next one would be a very simple one too, which is starting point, end point, and angle. With this angle, the center of the circle will automatically be created. Let's see it. The starting point, for example, could be this one, the central point, this one here and now. we would have to define a specific angle. As we can see, if we move it, we would get one circumference or another. For example, let's give it an angle of 45, and as we can see, it gives us an arc with the central circle very far away, since it is a very open arc. Let's overlay, for example. Let's overlay, for example, another arc of 90 degrees. As we can see, it would be more closed, and if we overlay a slightly shorter one, we would get, for example, one of 180 degrees. As we can see, this one would already have the central circumference here. This one here, and this one we can't even see. Let's see the next function now, which would be the starting point and end point in direction. This is a very good option to use arcs manually. As we can see, we can give it a starting point and an end point, for example, this one, and the direction we would set ourselves. As we can see, we can move and give it a direction or some angles. We give it 45, for example, and it would give us this arc here. Logically, we can move it manually and bring it closer to specific points like this one. We delete it and see the next function, which would be starting point, end point, and radius. This is also very useful since you only have to give it the starting point, the end point, and the radius of the circle we want to make. For example, it could be a radius of 300, and it would give us this arc here. We can move it manually. As we can see in the end, all arcs serve the same purpose. The only thing is that there are many ways to make it easier and faster, but it is still the same arc. And to finish, since this function is a bit more extensive, we have 3 more that are very simple. Let's see, the first one would be central point, start point, and end point. Let's see it. We would mark the central point, in this case, of the circumference. Now, we would mark a starting point, for example, this one, and an end point, which could be this one here. And as we can see, it gives us the arc perfectly made with this central point. The next one would be the same as one we did before, but in a different order. We would give it the central point, the starting point. For example, this one. And now we would mark the angles. For example, if we gave it 180 degrees, we would get a half circle arc. And finally, let's see the last one, which would be center, starting point, and length. As we can see, we would mark the center, a starting point, and an arc length, for example, of about 300. We would get this arc here that we can modify as we like, although in that case we would lose the distances we set. So with this we would finish all the arc functions, which, as we can see, are quite a few, although, as I mentioned, they all serve the same purpose. The only thing is that they are ways to make our lives a little more comfortable. And once we get used to one of them, you'll see that you always use that one. But I like to show you all of them, because I think it is a good idea for you to know all the functions and all their possibilities, so that later when drawing you can choose the one that works best and makes drawing the most comfortable for you. So I hope this has been useful to you, and we will see you with the next function. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. In this short video, we are going to see how to use the polygon function. As we can see, we can find it here in a small icon. I already explained in a previous video that if you can't find a function, you can click here on Help at the top, and here. If we type the word polygon and enter here, going into the command, by clicking this button that says Find, it will show us a small arrow directly pointing to where we can find the function. Additionally, here, it provides a brief explanation. In this case, we are going to see it with an example. Let's close this and click on the function or simply type it, which would be this one here. As you will see, it is a very simple function that only asks for 3 things, and with it, we will be able to create any polygon with as many sides as we want. The first thing it asks for is the number of sides. Let's set it, for example, to 8, and that should be fine. It will already be a well-formed polygon. Press Enter. Now, as we can see, it asks us for the center of the polygon. For example, we mark the midpoint here as the center. And now, it gives us 2 options. We can choose the first option, which is to draw the polygon inside a circle, so all the corners remain inside the circle, or the second option, which is to draw the polygon so that it is entirely outside the circle. Let's try the first one now. For example, we give it a radius of 70. To see how it looks, we are going to draw a circle with the same central point as the polygon and click on one of its corners. Let's give it a different color so we can see it clearly. And now, if we try the other polygon option, as we can see, 8 sides, press Enter, mark the center point, and now we choose the second option and set the same radius as before, which would be 70. In this case, as you can see, the outer polygon is completely outside the circle, while the other is entirely inside it. These are 2 options that can be very useful, depending on the drawing we are working on. Let's see an example with a polygon with a different number of sides. For example, 5. We mark the center point and position it in the middle, and we create this 5-sided one as well. We mark the center and set it outside. We set the radius to 70, and as we can see, in this case, it would look like this. So, I hope this video has been very useful to you. And with this, we would finish the polygon function, which is a fairly simple function, but one that we will use repeatedly. I hope it has been useful, and I'll see you in the next video with another command. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. In this video, we're going to see how to use the spline function, which allows us to create curved lines like this. This way, we can modify all its points and create the curve step by step. In our opinion, this is very useful. For example, if we place figures with an image in Autocad and want to trace them so that we have our 2D drawing. Where do we find this function? This one is a bit more hidden. It's located within this tab and corresponds to these 2 options we see here. Now we're going to look at the differences between each one, but for example, we can delete the one we've already made and start with the first option. Here, all we need to do is mark the starting point as indicated by the message. Now, what we need to do is mark the points where we want our line to pass. Once several points are defined, we press Enter. And as we can see, we get a line that, if selected, shows all the points we've defined. We can move and modify these points so the line adapts to the drawing we're creating. What's different about the other function? Let's take a look. For example, let me draw a spline based on the one we just discussed over here. For instance, we press Enter, and we get something like this. This will serve as a comparison with the other function. Let's take a look. In this case, as we see, we can indicate the starting point, but the biggest difference is that instead of specifying the points the line must pass through, we indicate the vertices on which the arc is based. For example, we mark several vertices. Now, When we modify the spline, what we move are not the points, as in the previous case, but the vertices. For example, we could drag one of the vertices and adjust the curve as we want it. The purpose is exactly the same, but sometimes it might be more useful to work with vertices instead of points, as in this case. As you can see, the movement is exactly the same, but depending on the drawing we're working on, one function might be more useful than the other. So with this, we conclude the explanation of the spline function. As we can see, it's this one right here, easy to find. If not, you could type it directly, and it would be this one here. I hope you found this very useful, and we'll see you in the next video with another command. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. In this video, we're going to look at the helix command. We'll see how to use it with a small example. But first of all, let's find out where it's located. If we go up here to the top left, we enter this tab, and it's this command we find here. When we hover over it, as always, a small explanation pops up. And if we press F1 as it says here, it will take us directly to the Autocad Help Programs explanation. Additionally, if we click here, it will show us where the command is located. So let's see how it works with an example to make it much clearer. First of all, we activate the command bar with Ctrl+9, so we can see how the command works step by step, and let's get started. To do this, we'll type the helix command or find it here as we mentioned. The first thing it asks us to do is specify the center of the base, for example, right in the middle. The second thing we need to do is input the radius we want it to have. For example, let's set it to 90. We press enter, and now it asks for the inner radius of a helix. If we set it to 90, it would form a circle since we're in 2D. If we were in 3D, it could be a kind of spring with the same diameter but a different height. In this case, let's give it an inner radius of 30, for instance. Press enter. And lastly, it asks for the height of the spiral. In this case, let's set it to 0 since we're working in 2D and press enter. As we can see, if we switch to 3D, it would be a completely flat spiral since we set the height to 0. Let's make another one to clarify. And this time we'll do it using the diameter. We mark the center point. Here it asks us to specify the radius, but as we can see below, if we want to set a diameter, we should type D and press enter. Now we're working with the diameter. Let's set it to 180. So it looks the same as the previous one. For the inner diameter, we'd again type D and set it to 60, for instance. And now, to show the difference, even though we're not in 3D, let's give it a height of 100, for example. If we switch to 3D space, as you can see, it forms a kind of spiral, like a spring. That's all there is to it. For this function, the explanation ends here because it's a very simple function. As you can see, you just need to go here and specify the three things we've mentioned: outer diameter or radius, the same for the inner one, and finally the height, which would be 0 in 2D. As always, we can modify it by manually dragging the endpoints or inputting a new value. So that's the end of this video about the helix command. I hope it was helpful, and I'll see you in the next video. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. In this video, we're going to look at how to use the ellipse command and all the options it offers. First of all, let's locate it. It's this small one here, just below the rectangle. If we click on the little arrow, the three available options for this command will appear, and we're going to look at each one and see how they differ. To do this, I've prepared this space here where we can easily see how the command works. Let's get started. First of all, let's try the first option, which is this one here. As the description says, we need to specify a center point, an end point, and the height. If we click on it, it asks us to specify the center. We'll mark the center. And now it asks us to specify an endpoint. For example, let's mark this one. And now, as we can see, we just need to define the height, which could be this here. As we see, we now have our ellipse created. Obviously, we can modify it by dragging these points here or here. As we can see, both sides adjust simultaneously to maintain the ellipse shape. So with this, we've covered the first ellipse option. Let's move on to the second one. The second option is this one here, where we need to mark two endpoints and a height point. Let's do it. We'll mark this point here as the first, and this one here as the second. Now, just like before, we need to specify the height we want for our ellipse, which could be this here. And with that, we have our ellipse created. As you can see, it looks the same as the previous one, but in this case, we specified different parameters. As always, Autocad gives us multiple options, so we can adapt them better to the drawings we're working on and speed up our workflow. Let's delete this one here. Finally, we have the third option, which is a bit different. This one doesn't create a full ellipse, but instead creates arcs that are part of an ellipse. Let's see how it works. We click on it, and in this case, we need to specify an endpoint for the ellipse, which could be this one. Now it asks for the other endpoint. Let's mark this one, and now, like before, it asks for the height. We specify the height, and here's where the difference from the previous two lies. Now it asks which part of the ellipse we want to keep, as we'll only retain a portion of the ellipse. To create the arc we want, let's mark this point, for example. If we then mark this point, we would retain these three parts of the ellipse. But if we mark this point, we would only keep half of the ellipse. The same would happen with this point, where we would retain just this arc. For example, let's select this point here, and with that, we're left with half of the ellipse. The same would happen if we do it again. If we mark a starting point, an end point, and a height, the same would apply if we specify the angles in writing. For example, let's set it to 270. In this way, only a quarter of the ellipse would remain. If we select it, we see the entire ellipse shape faintly, which we can modify, and the arc adjusts accordingly. This can be useful for creating elliptical arcs when needed for specific drawings. With this, we finished this function. As we've seen, we explored the three available options. The first two are similar, differing only in the points we specify, while the third is a bit different for more specific cases. I hope this was helpful, and I'll see you in the next video with another command. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. In this short video, we're going to see how to use the donut function. Where is this function located? Like the previous ones, it's here in this space, inside this tab, and it's this one right here. When we hover over it, we get a small explanation, and as always, with the F1 command, the help section would open. As we see, it tells us where it's located, so we close that. Alternatively, we could just type donut here. If we click on it, We can already start with an example to make it much easier to understand. This is a super simple function, and this video will be very short because, as you'll see, we just need to specify the inner diameter. This will be the diameter of the donut's hole. Let's set it to 40, for example, and press Enter. Now it asks for the outer diameter of the donut. Let's set it to 100 for instance. Press Enter, and now, as you can see, we already have the donut created. And we just need to place it wherever we want. As you can see, with just one click, we can place this command wherever we like. This can be useful, for example, to mark points as indicated here. Let's draw several lines, for instance. Let's copy them at a distance of 15, for example. Now we have several lines, and we can define the donut command. For example, let's set an inner diameter of 5 and an outer diameter of 8. And we can start placing our donuts here. In the end, the command is called donut, but it's nothing more than a circle with an empty inner diameter. As we can see, it's useful for doing things like this. For instance, making our work a bit easier and allowing us to draw more quickly. Of course, it's the same as creating two circles, one smaller and one larger, and making a block out of them, so to speak. Then we'd simply copy them wherever we want. But as we've seen, it's much faster this way. So, whenever you need to do something like this, I recommend using this function. It's very simple, and as we've seen, it's quite handy to have right here. With that, we conclude this short video, and I'll see you in the next one with another command. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this video where we'll explore how to use the hatch function or the fill function, which is honestly one of the most useful features in this program. In this case, we'll take a deep dive into it. To do this, I prepared this small drawing here, which will help us see how we can paint or fill various shapes or patterns, regardless of their form. The function is found here. As we can see, it says H, and hovering over it gives us a brief explanation of its purpose. And as always, you can also activate it by typing H on your keyboard. Let's go straight into an example to make everything much clearer. Click on it, and as we see, it simply asks us to click on an interior point. This function works by detecting a closed area, and just by clicking inside it, the program will fill the space. Let's try it with this square here. First, we click inside it and press Enter. Now, as we can see, the square is filled using the default pattern. If we click on it, the toolbar for this tool will appear at the top, and we can modify it to see the options available and the possibilities it offers. The simplest option is a solid fill. If we select it, we see the area is filled with a solid color, which we can change. Let's change it to yellow. Additionally, we can adjust its transparency. For example, if we increase this value, the fill becomes more translucent. This can be very useful. If we select it again and reset transparency to 0, we can look at how to directly change the pattern. There are various preset options here, but if we click on this drop-down arrow, we'll see all available patterns. For example, let's select this honeycomb pattern. It applies immediately, but we can adjust it further. We can change its color, though the default yellow works fine, and tweak its properties. For instance, we can scale the pattern by adjusting its size with the mouse wheel. Let's set it to a value of 5 to make it more visually clear. Press Enter to confirm. You can also change its angle. Rotating this value modifies the pattern's orientation. In this case, let's reset it to 0 for a straight alignment. The same customization can be applied to any pattern, such as a rock texture or line styles. For lines, you can also modify their angle or spacing to suit your design. For now, we'll leave the honeycomb pattern. Next, let's look at another Hatch tool feature, gradients. Click on a new area, and the previously used pattern will be applied by default. But this time, let's switch to gradients. In the Hatch menu, we have 3 options: solid, gradient, and pattern. Let's choose gradient. Select a color, orange for instance, and pair it with another color like yellow. This creates a blend between the 2 colors. You can also adjust the gradient style, such as radial from the center or reversing the colors. Let's pick one of these styles and modify its angle or transparency to create a custom pattern. As you've seen, this function offers numerous possibilities, allowing you to customize fills to your liking in a very simple, intuitive, and enjoyable way. Now it's up to you to practice with this feature. It's not only easy, but also fun as you experiment with patterns and designs to find what works best for you. With that, I'll wrap up this video. I hope it's been helpful, and I'll see you in the next one with another feature to explore. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. In this video, we'll look at one of the most important functions of the program, the move function. This function will logically be used daily, continuously, to move and position our objects exactly where we want them. You can find this function here, represented by this symbol. Hovering over it provides a brief explanation, but you'll see it's very straightforward and easy to use. As always, you can also activate it by typing the corresponding word, in this case, in English. Now let's click on it and see how it works. The first thing it asks us to do is select the object we want to move. For this example, I've added a circle and 2 lines so we can see how it works. Select the circle, press Enter. And now it asks us to specify a base point from which we want to move the object. In this case, we can choose the center, but we could also select another point. If we choose the center, we can now move the object wherever we want. As you can see, I currently have orthogonal mode activated, as we discussed in a previous video. This restricts movement to up, down, left, and right. If we deactivate it, we can move freely. For this example, I'll move the circle to this point here. Click, and now the circle is aligned to this line. If we go back and reset the circle, we'll explore other movement options. For instance, let's say we want to place this circle in the middle of these 2 lines. First, select the object by clicking on the Move function. Then, we specify the midpoint. The challenge is finding the midpoint between these 2 lines. To do this, locate the midpoint of one line, indicated by a triangle. Without clicking, move the cursor to the right until you see this green dashed line. This line indicates the vertical alignment of the circle's center with the midpoint of the line. Click, and the circle will now be perfectly centered between the two lines. Why does this happen? It works because we have the setting enabled. If we deactivate it, for instance by moving the circle elsewhere and disabling the setting, we'll attempt to repeat the process. As you'll see, the program won't find the midpoint, and if we attempt to do it manually, we won't get it exact. In this function, the settings we reviewed in a previous video, located here, become crucial. These settings help us position objects precisely where we want them. For example, if we deactivate all these options and try to move the object again, starting with our circle, we won't even find the circle's center, let alone the midpoints or ends of the lines. If we activate the center point, we'll find it again, but now we won't locate the points of the lines. To fix this, we can activate the endpoints, and now we can locate the desired points. I encourage you to practice freely with the functions and settings you prefer. This wraps up our short video on the move function. As you've seen, it's very simple and easy to use, yet it's one of the most important features of the program. See you in the next video with another command. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. In this short video, we're going to learn how to use the copy function, which is, of course, one of the most frequently used and important features. First of all, let's see where it's located. You can find it here under the Modify functions, and it's labeled Copy. If your program is in Spanish, it will say Copier. As always, hovering over provides a brief explanation of the command. You can also activate it by typing the command here and pressing Enter to use the function. As you'll see, the first thing it asks is to select the object you want to copy. For this example, I've drawn this small piece to illustrate. So, let's select it. After selecting, press Enter. Next, it prompts you to specify a base point from which the object will be copied. For example, we can select this point here. Now, as you can see, we can simply move the object wherever we want. Currently, I have orthogonal mode activated, which restricts movement to right angles. As you can see, if we deactivate it, we can freely copy the object wherever we want. If we clear these copies, let's try another example using a line. Suppose we want to copy our object from a base point along this line at specific intervals. For instance, we can specify the distances we want for each copy. Let's start with the base point at 0. From there, we can place the first copy at a distance of 100 units. The next one can be at 200 units, so we enter 200, press Enter, and finally, the last one can be at 300 units. As you can see, our object is copied at regular intervals according to the specified distances. With this brief explanation, we wrap up the copy function. It's a very simple tool, but one you'll be using all the time while working on your drawings. I hope you found this quick explanation helpful, and I'll see you in the next video with another command. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. In this video, we're going to see how the stretch function works and where to find it. This function is useful, for example, if we have a drawing already made and we want to stretch a part of it, making it longer, like going from this drawing here to this one here. It can be quite helpful when you need to stretch certain objects that are already created. Let's see where it is and how it works. You can find the function here, just below the copy function. When you hover over it, it shows a brief explanation of how the drawing looks before and after using this function. Let's take a look at how to use it. You can either type the name or click directly here. The first thing it asks is to select the object. Let's select this one and press Enter. Now, it asks you to specify a base point. For example, we can choose the midpoint here, and now it tells us to move it where we want. For example, let's stretch it horizontally to the right. As you can see, if we drag it, the object starts to stretch. If we leave it here and click, the object is stretched automatically. As you can see, the line stays the same, and the circle at the end keeps its original dimensions. The same can be done to shorten a drawing, to make it smaller. Let's take a look. We click the function, select the drawing, specify a base point, for example, here, and drag as we see here. If we drag to the right, it becomes longer, and if we drag in the opposite direction, it becomes shorter. So, this is what you can do with this function. It may not be the most useful feature in the program, but I think it's worth knowing about it, so you can familiarize yourself with all the functions. I'm sure you'll use it at some point. I hope this was helpful, and I'll see you in the next video with another command. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. In this video, we're going to see how to use the rotate function, which is the one that allows us to rotate our objects in the direction we want. Let's start with an example. First, let's see where this function is located. You can find it here with the modify functions, and it's the one with a semicircle and an arrow. When you hover over it, as usual, it shows a brief explanation explaining how to rotate a table. So let's dive right into an example. To start, we would click here or type the function name. Now, it only asks us to select the object we want to rotate. We select the object and press Enter. Now, it's very important what it asks next. It's the base point from where we are going to rotate the object. This is important because if we choose the base point at the bottom here, the object will rotate differently than if we choose the tip here. Let's see. For example, if we use this point as the base, as you can see from here, we can rotate the object however we like. If we activate the orthogonal function, we could rotate it only by 90 degrees or 0 degrees. The same applies to the function here, where we can set it to any degree we want. And as you can see, it marks every 30 degrees in this case. So, it's up to you to activate the one that best suits your needs at any moment. Now, let's leave it like this, for example, and as you can see, the object is now rotated. What other options do we have? If we select the object, rotate it, and choose this midpoint, as you can see here, we can manually enter the angle, for example, 45 degrees. We press Enter, and the object is now exactly at a 45-degree angle. If you want, we can double-check this. If we measure this angle here and select these two lines, as you can see, the angle is 45 degrees. Indeed. So, if we go back, we could try using a different reference point like this tip here. As you can see, the object would rotate differently. The same applies to any point on our object. That's it for this short video on the rotate function, which, as you can see, is very simple. However, it's something we will use daily, so I hope this explanation was helpful. See you in the next video with another command. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. In this video, we're going to look at the mirror function or espejo function, which you can find up here. When you hover over it, it gives a brief explanation and provides an example. In this case, using a ping-pong paddle, clearly showing what this function does. As the name suggests, it creates a mirrored version of a figure, useful when you have half of an object or when you want to create an inverted copy. To make this explanation a bit more dynamic, I prepared this guitar drawing, which I've split in half, so we can see how the function works. I've also drawn a dashed centerline to highlight the midpoint and clearly show where we're mirroring. Let's get started. You can select the function from here or, as always, type its name and press Enter. The first thing it asks is to select the object. Let's do that. We select the object and press Enter. Next, it asks us to specify the first base point for the mirror. This would be this point here. Then it will ask for a second point, which should be on the opposite side. If you choose a random point, the figure won't come out correctly. We select this point and click. Now, a small prompt appears asking if we want to delete the original object. Let's try saying yes. As you can see, the base object we mirrored from is now gone. Let's undo that and try again. We run the function, mark the base points, and this time say no. If we choose no, as you can see, the original drawing is preserved and the mirrored figure is created alongside it. In this case, we could delete the center line and create a combined block so that the instrument isn't in two separate pieces. As you can see, this function is very straightforward and satisfying because it allows us to draw just one side of an object and then, with a couple of clicks, create its mirror to complete the figure. This function is incredibly useful, especially for symmetrical objects like the example of the ping-pong paddle or any other similar item. It's a feature we'll use very often. I hope you practice this function and find this explanation helpful. See you in the next video with another command. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. In this video, we're going to learn how to use the scale function, which, as the name suggests, is used to scale parts of our drawing. This means we can make them larger or smaller, depending on the multiple value we choose. For example, if we want an object to be twice as large, we set the value to 2. Or, if we want it to be half the size, we use a value of 0.5. First of all, let's see where this function is located. It's right here, just below the mirror function. It's this option, and if we hover over it, we get a brief explanation. As we can see, the base object appears as dashed lines, and the example shows it being scaled to 1.5 or 50% larger. For this demonstration, I prepared this guitar. We'll use it to see how this tool works in a practical way. So, let's get started. To begin, we can either type the command or select it directly from the toolbar. Once clicked, the first thing it asks us to do is select the object we want to scale. In this case, we'll select the guitar and press Enter. Next, it asks us to specify a base point. This is important because if we don't want the object to move from its original position, we should choose a strategic point. However, if we just want to resize it and move it later, we can choose any point. For example, let's pick this one here. Once the base point is marked, we can move the cursor to scale the drawing freely. However, if we want to set an exact value, we just need to type it in. Right now, it's approximately at 1.3. If we type a value of 2 and press Enter, as you can see, the guitar is now exactly twice as large as before. Let's try something different. This time, we'll specify the base point at the bottom of the guitar, and as before, we'll scale it to a factor of 2. As you can see, the guitar has now been scaled while maintaining its relative position. We can do the same if we want to reduce the object size. Again, we select the scale function, mark a base point, and this time, we enter a value of 0.5. By pressing Enter, the drawing is reduced to half its original size. Let's do one last example. This time, selecting the midpoint of the guitar as the base. We'll scale the object to a value of 3, and as you can see, the guitar is now 3 times larger than the original. As you can see, the function is very simple. With these examples, I think it's clear how to use it. It's extremely useful for adjusting the size of our drawings quickly and accurately. I hope this explanation has been helpful. See you in the next video with a new function. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. In this video, we will see the trim function, which would be this one that appears here at the top with the shape of scissors. This function is used to trim sections that are left on objects. For example, this section here, this one over here, or on the contrary, the intersections. Any part of a line or an object that is between two things can be trimmed to get the section we want. It would be the same as, for example, selecting this line and trimming it, let's say making it smaller. So far, except that sometimes it is much easier to use the trim function, which is what we are going to see right now. First of all, let's see where this function is. It's the one with scissors that is located here. And if we click on it or hover over it, we'll get this small explanation where we see how it's used. But in this case, we're going to see it directly with an example. We can write trim if we have it in English or click directly here. What does it say to us first? Well, it directly tells us to select the object we want to trim. But in this function, all we have to do is click and drag where we want to trim. As you can see, if I hover over the lines I want to trim, they will automatically be trimmed. Let's do it again to make it clearer. We click here, for example, and drag. And as you see, if I click on these lines, they would automatically be trimmed. It can also be done by directly selecting the sections we don't want. For example, these ones. And for example, these others, just as an example. As you can see, we would trim the sections we want, and they automatically trim to the nearest intersection. So, I think this makes it pretty clear what this function is for. Can we do another example? For instance, I could draw a circle here and draw, let's say, a spline passing through the circle, for example, and press Enter. I'll delete these lines, and we'll see how it would be used in this case. We would write the trim function, press Enter, and select the section we want. For example, this part of the circle would go away from here to here. And if we want to remove something else, like this section from the spline, we'd click on it, and the same goes for this one. In this way, we'd be left with this shape here. So, I think we would finish with this function, as it's very simple, but also like all the previous ones, very useful, and you'll see that you'll use it all the time. So, I hope it's been useful to you, and with this example, it's become crystal clear. See you in the next video with another command. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. In this short video, we're going to look at a function similar to one we've already seen, the trim function, but this one does the opposite. It's used to extend objects or lines, like these ones I prepared here. With this function, we can extend a line from here to the nearest intersection, which is the same as doing it manually like this. Obviously, if we only need to extend one line, it might be useful to do it manually, but if we need to repeat this action several times, it's better to use this type of function. So, let's see where it is located. First of all, this function is found here, along with the trim function, and it's located below it. It would be this one labeled as extend in English, or extender or aligar if you have it in Spanish. As we can see, it provides a small explanation of how it's used, and if we click on it or type it directly on the keyboard, we'll see what it asks us to do. Just like the trim function, all it asks is to select the object we want to extend. In this case, we just click and select the object we want to extend, this line, for example. As you can see, just by hovering over it or selecting it, it automatically extends to the next line. Let's look at another example. If we copy this line several times, using the extend function will cause all the lines to extend to the nearest line. As you can see, if we apply it, all the lines extend to the next one. What happens if we do it again? They all extend to the following line. And the same would happen with the last one. If we try to extend it further, it won't work anymore because on the right, it doesn't find any obstacle or point to interact with. And that's where the function ends. As you can see, it's the opposite of the trim function, where we cut everything that extends past our intersection. So, I hope this example has made the function much clearer, and I encourage you to practice it yourself with any type of object. For example, if we draw a circle here, we'll see that it works in exactly the same way. We'd apply the extend function, and it would extend to the circle. On the next step, it would reach here, and with another extension, it would jump to the next intersection. So that's all for this video. See you in the next one with another command. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. In this video, we'll see how to use the fillet tool, which is used to create rounded corners like this one here by making a perfect arc. This saves us from trying to draw the arcs manually, as they would never come out quite right that way. This tool works whether the corner area is empty or the lines form a perfect sharp corner. In the latter case, it's also useful for rounding the corner. So, let's dive straight into it. First of all, this tool can be found up here. It's this one. And as we can already see from the icon, it shows what it's for. If we click on it or hover over it, it provides a description of how to use it and what it does. Let's look at a practical example. Click on the tool, and as we can see, the first thing it asks is to select the object, the first one. Before doing that, take a look below. We need to specify the radius. So we type R, press Enter, and here we input the desired radius. Whether we want a larger, more rounded corner or a smaller one, the radius determines this. In this case, I'll use 50 because I know it's a value that will work perfectly. Now it asks us to select the two lines, first one, then the other. As we hover over the second line, we can already see how the corner will look. Once I click, the corner is perfectly formed. As you can see, the center point of this curve is here, and it forms part of a circle with this point as its center. It's very easy to use. Now, let's try an example where we have a perfectly sharp corner. Here, we create a sharp corner. We'll use the fillet tool again. Click on it. Specify the radius again. This time, let's use a different value so you can see the difference. For example, let's use 80 for a larger radius. Press Enter, then select both lines, one at a time. As you can see, we now have a much larger, more rounded corner. If we want, we can try a smaller value, say 20. Select the two lines, and now we have a much tighter, smaller corner. With that, we wrap up this video. This function is very simple and easy to use, but it's something we'll rely on every single day when working in Autocad. I hope you found it helpful and encourage you to practice this before starting a real drawing. See you in the next video with another command. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. In this video, we'll see how to use the chamfer function, which allows us to create a completely flat corner. This function can be found here, alongside the fillet tool we covered in the previous video, and the curve joining tool that we'll explore in the next one. Let's dive into an example to see how it works. As always, we can access it either by clicking here or by typing the function's name directly in the command line. Chamfer in English or chafflin in Spanish. To start, click on the tool. The first thing it asks is to select the first line. Before doing that, we need to define the distance we want for the chamfer. As you can see, there are several options available, but my personal favorite is the distance option. It's very simple. Just type D and press Enter. It will ask for the distance from the first line to the corner. Let's input, for example, 50 and press Enter. Next, it will ask for the distance from the second line. We'll also input 50 here, so we get a perfect angle. Press Enter again. Now, it asks us to select the first line. Let's choose this one, and then the second line. As you can see, the tool creates a perfect flat corner connecting these two lines. If we undo this, let's try with a different set of distances. Click on the tool again. Type D, press Enter. And this time, input 60 for the first distance and 30 for the second. As you'll see, this will create a flatter corner that's not symmetrical, as we've specified different distances. Select the first line, then the second, and now we have a different kind of corner. Let's make a copy of this shape to compare. Copy it here, delete the corner, and try the chamfer again. This time, let's reverse the distances. 30 for the first line and 60 for the second. Select the first line, then the second. Now you can see the difference between the two. In this example, the first chamfer had a larger distance on the first line, while the second chamfer had a larger distance on the second line. As you can see, this is how the chamfer tool works. While the fillet function is likely more commonly used, there are situations where a chamfer can be very helpful. That's why I wanted to create this example, so you understand how it works and have it in mind for future drawings. I hope you found this video useful, and I'll see you in the next one with another command. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. In this video, we'll learn how to use the curve join function, which is this one we find here. It's the final function in this section after fillet and chamfer. If you have it in English, it will appear like this. As always, if you hover over it, you'll get a short explanation of how it works and what it's used for. Let's dive right into an example with this drawing I prepared. As you can see, this tool is used to join curves that are incomplete or have been split for some reason. With this function, we can combine them into a single piece. Let's start. You can click on the tool here or type the command as always. Once activated, it will prompt you to select the first object. This is straightforward. Select the first curve, and it will then ask for the second. Select the second curve, and as you can see, it automatically completes the missing section of the curve. Additionally, it highlights it in white to make it visually clear. Now, if we use the join command to combine these three objects and press enter, the result will be a single, continuous curve. We can add color to restore it to its original appearance. Now, you'll notice it's a fully connected curve, indistinguishable from its original parts. We can even modify it through the vertices, as we learned in the curves command tutorial. That's it for this function. It's very simple, and I don't want to stretch this video unnecessarily, as it's not one of the most critical functions in the program. Still, I wanted to show it to you so you know how to use it if needed in the future. I hope you found this helpful and enjoyed the video. See you in the next one with another command. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. In this video, we're going to see how to create a shape like this, a sort of matrix, very easily, and we'll look at each type we can work with. So, I'm going to delete everything, leaving just one cube, and we'll start with this one. The matrix function has many variants, as we can make straight matrices like the one you just saw, polar matrices around a circle, or matrices around any object. To begin, we'll go through everything with examples so it's much clearer. First of all, let's see what a function is, and it's this one right here. As you can see, if we click the arrow, we get the three types of matrices we have. The first one, if we hover over it, as you can see, it already tells us how to use it. Let's go ahead and see a direct example with this one, since it's very simple. You'll see, we just need to click the function or type it on the keyboard and select this one right here, and select this one here, which is a straight matrix. Click on it, and the first thing it asks is to select the object. Select the object and hit enter. As you can see, a matrix has automatically been created, and since we didn't provide any values, it did it in the default way. Now let's see how to change it. As you can see, this column has opened up, and here is where we can change all the parameters of the matrix. If we start from the beginning, we see it asks for the number of columns. Instead of 4, we can give it 2 or 20. Though it goes off the drawing, let's give it 6, for example, and then to the right, it shows us the number of rows. Let's give it 6 as well, or, for example, 3. This way, we have a matrix of 6 by 3, which is what it asks for. What's next? We can modify the distance values between each of the objects. For example, here we have the distance between the columns, which is this distance right here. We can give it an individual distance, or we can also give it the total distance, and it will evenly distribute each of the objects. Let's try giving it a value of 300. As you can see, it spread them out since the total value is larger. Or, for example, we can specify the distance between each of them, say 50. As you can see, it's brought them a little closer since this distance is between the center of each object. That's why, if I give it a distance of 10, for example, all the cubes will be joined. Let's give it 50 again and hit enter. What else can we change? Well, logically, just like with the columns, in the rows we have the separation values. For example, here we can give it a larger value, like 70, and as you can see, each row is automatically separated. And with this, we've gone over the rectangular matrix function. This one is very simple, and while it does have some more complex options, I think this is enough for now since we'll start using it gradually. As you can see, we also have these arrows that allow us to manually adjust the function and let us stretch or shorten the number of rows or columns. For example, we can reduce or increase the distance here. So, that's all for this function, and let's move on to the next one, which is the matrix on a pattern. Let's draw to see the example. A pattern, for example, a curve. I'll draw a curve like this, for example, and I'll color it green. Now what we can do is draw a circle here in the corner and color it red. We could even give it a fill. This way, we can better see how it's distributed across the curve, so the procedure is exactly the same. Let's go. Here, we click this function. As you can see, if we hover over it, it explains a bit about how to do it. And if we click on it, it will ask us to select the object, so we select it with the fill included and hit enter. Next, it asks for the curve where we want to place the matrix. So, we'll click here. And as you can see, just like before, it has automatically placed it without us giving any values. Now, just like before, we can modify several values from this tab, like the distance between each one. Let's set it to 50. As you can see, it went from 12 items, 12 objects, to 11, since with the distance, it automatically calculates the number of objects that fit on the curve. If we gave it a distance of 100, as you can see, only 2 to 4 objects would fit. What else can we do? We can, for example, align the items. If we click here, Align, as you can see, they're all aligned, and if we click again, they become misaligned. In this object, you might not see much, but if this were an asymmetric object, this function would be much more useful. There are many other options, as you can see here, but I don't want to overwhelm you with this function since the basics will be very useful for us to start drawing certain objects. It's a function that helps us speed up the work and make it much faster. So finally, let's look at the third matrix option. Let's delete this here. And for this, as it's a polar matrix, let's draw a circle here in the middle. I'll give it a dashed line. Let's change the properties and make it a bit thinner. Say 5. Close it. And now we'll draw an object, like a circle. Let's draw a circle here and color it red. Let's give it a fill too. In this case, we'll make it solid, for example, and also red. Let's go with this function, just like before. We'll click on Polar Matrix. The explanation tells us how to use it, but it's very simple. Let's see it. We'll click on it, and it asks us to select the object, which is this one here, and hit Enter. Now, it asks us to specify the center of the matrix, which would be the center of this circle where we want the object to be repeated. We'll click here, and just like before, it automatically arranges them. Now, we'll change the number of units and items we want. It's set 6, but we can set it to 15. Or we can set it to just 4, 1 in each quadrant. Just like this, we could change the values shown here. Or we could even change the type of direction, or in this case, because it's a circle, but we could change how the objects are oriented to get the drawing the way we want. And with this, we've finished with this function, which as you can see is very simple. But it's very useful since it has different options for polar matrix, rectangular matrix, and especially the matrix around a curve or an irregular surface. It's a function we will use a lot. I hope this little video has been helpful, and we'll see you in the next one with another command. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. In this video, we're going to see how to use the erase function, which is similar to the typical one where we select something and hit delete. But in this case, it's a specific Autocad function that we can find here. As you can see, in the Modify tab, we find this upside-down pencil. If we have it in English, it would show like this, and in Spanish, it would show as erase. As you can see, it clearly tells us how to use it, but the truth is, there's not much to it. Let's see a quick example so you can see how it works. And in this case, we won't go into too much detail. We can click on the function as always or type it directly on our keyboard, which would be this one here. If we click on it, as you can see, it asks us to select the object, so we just hover over an object. In this case, a line, and we could go deleting each part. As you can see, it would highlight them, and they wouldn't be deleted completely until we finish. If we hit Enter, the elements we've selected will be deleted. We can also directly do it, like in the Trim function, where we select the part we want to erase. For example, this one here, and this one here, and we'd hit Enter. And as you can see, just like before, the selected parts have been deleted, so I won't go on much with this function since it's pretty straightforward. It's very simple, and as I said, it's the same as selecting and then pressing delete. Just like we could select one, hold Control, select another, and finally click delete. So, I hope you liked the video, find it useful, and we'll see you in the next one with another command. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. In this video, we're going to see the explode function, and the truth is, it's a function that's more common in 3D objects, but in 2D, it's also used a lot with blocks. So, let's first see where this function is. It's located here, beneath the erase function and above offset. It's this one here, and as you can see, since I have it in English, it shows as explode, and here above it tells us a bit about how it's used. Though now, let's see an example. It's basically used if we have an object that we've combined. For example, let's combine these elements, which as you can see are individual. Let's select them, do a join, and now we only have one element. With this explode function, what we could do is go back to the previous step, that is, return to the separate pieces we had just a moment ago. If you want, let's see an example. We would select here, or we could type explode. We hit enter, and now it asks us to select the object. We select the object, hit enter, and now, if you look, by selecting it, we have the elements separated, just like we had before. This way, we can go back if we've joined an object, or if we've made a block, avoiding errors or having to make cuts on our object. This is a good way to go back if we've already advanced with the drawing. So, with this function, we're done here, as this is the only functionality it has, and I hope you liked it. See you in the next video with another command. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. In this video, we are going to see how to use and what the offset function is for, which is the one we find here. As you can see, it's this one that, if we hover over it, tells us what it's for and how we can use it. Now, let's look at an example. This function is used to create a parallel line, a copy of an object or line at a specific distance from the original object. It's like saying we want to make an offset of this line at a distance of 30, for example. It would look something like this. But as you can see, doing this manually is very slow, especially if we have to do it for a larger object. Imagine a complex object with curves and radii. Logically, a function to assist us would make the process much faster. So, let's see it with an example and learn how to use it step by step. As you can see, we have it here. We can click on it or directly type it on our keyboard. We would click here, and as you can see, the first thing it asks us is to select the distance at which we want to make the offset. So now we need to specify the distance for the offset. Let's input the number we want, for example, a value of 20. We press enter, and now the important part is selecting the object logically. So we select the object, and now it asks us for the direction or side where we want to make the copy. As we see, it could be 20 outward or 20 inward. This doesn't matter. In this case, I'll choose the inward direction and click the left mouse button here. And as you can see, the copy is automatically created inside the rectangle. Now it prompts us to continue selecting. If we want, we can keep making offsets, and so on indefinitely. Each time we click, it will create a copy at a distance of 20. As we can see, it won't allow us to continue when the distance is less than 20. So as you can see, this is quite useful, especially for more complex shapes. For example, imagine that instead of a perfect rectangle, I have a shape like this and I delete this part. Now I could do the same, creating an offset at a distance of 20 or 30, for example. I would select the entire object. In this case, it's separated. So first, we'll merge it with the join function or junta if you have it in Spanish. As we see, now it's just one piece. I can modify it a bit more if you like, so we can see how this function works. And now, I'll apply offset with a distance of 30, for example. Press Enter, select the object, and now we just need to specify the direction. For example, we could do one inward and one outward, or continue doing it indefinitely. And with that, we finished this video about the offset function. As you can see, it's very simple but incredibly useful. Trust me, you'll use it repeatedly since it saves a lot of time. I hope you found this helpful, and I'll see you in the next video with another command. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. In this short video, we're going to look at the break tool, which is a feature that allows us, when we have an element that is a block or a single piece, to make a small cut or divide it at a specific part. As we can see, this tool is located here, and we have two types. The standard break in this one, where we specify a point to break at. Let's try the first one. We'll see a quick example. We would select the object. As we can see, it prompts us to select the object, and now we just need to specify the part we want to break. For example, if I click here, as you can see, it creates a gap in this part of the drawing. Now let's try the other one, which works the same but by selecting a specific point. Let's check it out. It also tells us to select the object. And now we need to mark a point. As you can see, at the point we marked, the object has been divided into two. Let's try with another example. For instance, you see this line is a single piece. We're going to break it. We select the object and specify this point. Now we can select, and as you can see, the element has been split into two pieces exactly at the point we specified. With this, we finish with this small tool. It's very simple, and it's good to keep it in mind, even though you might not use it very often. It's like creating a couple of lines here and using the trim tool to cut parts. In this case, break is much faster, of course, so it's a handy tool to know exists. Thank you very much, and I hope you found it useful. See you in the next video with another command. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. In this short video, we're going to see how to use the join tool, which, as you've seen in previous videos, is a tool I use very often because it's used to join lines like these, which are currently individual since we created them using the line command. We could even have a circle, for example. Imagine we have a circle here, and we trim it so that we're left with this arc. Now, let's see how to use the tool that allows us to convert all of this into a single piece without creating a block. First of all, we find it here, and it's this one that appears here. As you can see in English, it's called join, and here we get a brief explanation of how to use it. As always, we can use it by typing it on the keyboard or clicking on it. If we click, the first thing it tells us to do is to select the objects we want to join. So, let's select all of these and then press Enter. As you can see, all the lines, including the circle, have now turned white. This means that everything has been joined into a single piece. And now, as you can see, I can change its color by selecting the object just once. We could also move it, of course, and we could perform any operation, such as an offset, on the entire object. As you can see, We can now offset the entire object since it's now a single piece. If we wanted to modify it, we could use the explode tool, which we saw in another video, as it's the reverse of join. We select press enter, and now the object is divided back in all its parts. Let's go over it again. We use join, click on it, and select all the parts we want to join. For example, this time, I'll leave these parts unjoined. I press enter, and now, as you can see, these remain unjoined, but these have been grouped into a single block. As you can see, this function is very simple and easy to use, but it's also incredibly useful and used very often. That's why I wanted to make sure you knew this tool exists and how to use it, as it's extremely helpful. I hope you found this video useful, and I'll see you in the next one with another command. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. In this video, we're going to learn about layers in Autocad and how to use them. Layers are a crucial aspect of the program. Without them, we literally wouldn't be able to work on architectural or engineering projects with a lot of information. They're a tool that, as we'll see, is incredibly useful. First, let's locate them. As you can see, they're found here in the Home tab, right in the middle of this ribbon. The first thing we see is this icon here. Clicking on it opens this window where we'll define all the layers. For example, we can create a new layer here or delete one here. By default, we see two layers, layer 0 and def points. These are standard layers that we won't modify. Let's create a new layer. Click on New Layer and name it Layer 1. Press Enter. Next, define its properties. For example, we can set its color here. Let's choose green and click OK. Then, set the line type. It's set to continuous by default, but you can change it to a dashed line, for example. You can also define the line thickness. By default, it's set to standard, but we can change it to, say, 0.5 and press OK. Once everything is set up, close the window. Now, we move on to this bar here. From here, you can click on any layer to tell the program you want to draw within that layer. For instance, if I select this layer and draw a line, it appears white because it's in the default layer. But if we switch to the new layer and draw a line, it will inherit the properties we just defined. The light bulb icon allows you to hide a layer. For example, hiding layer 1 will make everything in it disappear. Clicking the bulb again makes the layer visible. The sun icon freezes the layer, disabling it completely, including its visibility in prints. The lock icon locks the layer, preventing any modifications. Locked layers appear dimmed, and you won't be able to move, delete, or edit objects in them. This is helpful when you want to protect certain drawings from accidental changes. Let's create two more layers, Layer 2 and Layer 3. Assign Layer 2 the color red and Layer 3 the color blue. Keep both layers with continuous lines. The printer icon indicates whether the layer will appear in a printed drawing. If it's disabled, the layer's contents won't show in prints. This is useful when a layer contains many elements you don't want to show in the print. For these layers, let's assign different thicknesses. For example, layer 2 will have a thickness of 0.15, and layer 3 will have a thickness of 1. Now, if we draw a line, let's say here, as you can see, it defaults to layer 1 because that's the active layer. How do we move a drawing to another layer? Simply select it. Go to this drop-down menu and click the desired layer, for instance layer 2. Let's organize this a bit. We'll put layer 1 here, layer 2 here, and now draw a line for layer 3. We're still in layer 1. Let's move this line to layer 3. Now, if we want to start drawing in layer 3, we select it here, and everything we draw will belong to layer 3. For example, we can draw a circle, a polyline, or anything else, and it will all be in layer 3. As I mentioned, to move everything to another layer, such as layer 1, it's very simple. With this, we've covered the basics of layers. Of course, there are more complex functions, but for now, I think this is enough to start working on your first drawings. I hope you found it useful, as I believe layers are a very valuable tool. See you in the next video. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. In this video, we're going to solve this exercise here, which, as you've seen or if you've tried to do it, is very, very simple. It's just an exercise to start practicing some of the functions we've been learning in this course. But as you'll see, with just a couple of commands, or rather 3, we can complete this figure in no time, in under a minute. So, let's get started. To begin, we're going to draw the outer circle. As we can see here, it says the diameter is 150. So, from the circle tools, we're going to use the center diameter option, and since the units we're working with are in diameter, we'll select it, click on it, go to the center of the square, which is where we're going to copy the figure, and set the diameter to 150. Press Enter. Now we have the outer circle. And as you can see, next, we're going to draw the shape in the middle. Lastly, we'll create the white fill here. How can we draw these 2 circles, or rather, 2 semicircles? In an easier way, while it's not necessary, we could draw a line across the circle from edge to edge, splitting it in 2. Next, we need to draw a circle that goes from this point to the center of the circle, and another from this point to the outer edge. To do this, we can use the 2-point circle function. For example, click and select this point and this point. As you can see, we now have the top half of the circle. If we repeat the function, we can click here and here. Now, as you can see, we have the 2 semicircles. What's left is to trim all the excess parts. To do this, we'll use the trim function, which you can find here. Alternatively, you can type it directly. Click on it, and it will prompt us to trim everything we don't want. In this case, this line here and this one here, so that only the semicircle remains. For the bottom part, it's the opposite. Select these 2 parts, delete them, and exit the function. Now, as you can see, we've created the shape. What's left is to add the shading here. To do this, we'll use the hatching function H, which you can find here. We briefly covered it in another video, and now we'll apply it in this example. If we click on it, it will ask us to select a closed area. As you can see, it even selects the square, but in this case, we're interested in this part. Click on it and press Enter. Now, as you can see, it's applied a default fill that we don't want. If we want to modify it, hover over it, and this toolbar will appear above. We need to change it to a solid fill. As you can see, if I select a solid fill, it automatically turns white, which is the color we want. If we wanted a line pattern or a different pattern, we could easily select it here. In this case, we want a solid fill, and as I mentioned, white works fine. However, we could change the color here to suit our preference. Close the function, and as you can see, the task is complete. I hope you found this video useful. In the next one, we'll add the dimensions you see here. Thank you, and see you in the next video. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. In this short video, we're going to see how to add all these dimensions that we find here and in the copy of the drawing we made in the previous video. So, the first thing we need to do is go to the Annotations section, where we'll find all the ways to add dimensions. As you can see, we have options for linear dimensions like these two, angular dimensions, align dimensions if we had a slope, arcs, radii, which we will use, diameters, etc. Let's start with these two linear dimensions, as they're the easiest. We go to this drop-down and click on Linear. Now, we need to mark the 2 points to place the dimension, so we select them and place the dimension where we want. We could place it here, but logically, it will look better if we move it up a little. Now, we repeat the process for this dimension here, which would be these 2 points, and we can place it here. As you can see, it automatically applies a thicker line style. If we right-click on it, this menu will appear. We go to Properties, and from here, we can change the line size. We set it to 0.05 to make it thinner, like this, and that's done. Now, let's move on to the 2 radii, which are also very easy. For this, we go here, click on Radius, select this circle, and place the dimension. The same applies to this one. We place the dimension here. We could also mark the diameter if we wanted, using this function, selecting the circle, and placing it where we want. In this case, we're not interested, but just so you know, we delete it, and with that, we're done with this short video. Adding dimensions to this figure, which, as you can see, is very simple, and that's why it didn't take long. I hope you found it useful, and see you in the next video. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. In this video, we're going to see how to draw this figure here. As you can see, this one is a bit more complex, but with just 2 or 3 functions, 2 or 3 tools, we'll be able to draw this figure in only 5 minutes. As you can see, this figure consists of an outer circle with a radius of 100, which forms this trajectory here. Then we have 2 inner circles, one with a radius of 20 or a diameter of 40, which is the same, and one with a radius of 42 or a diameter of 84. Finally, we have this arc here, which is actually a circle with a radius of 80 centered here. This is what this circle would look like if it were complete. To draw this, we'll need to create it and then trim the excess between the two circles. Let's start with the easiest part, which is the outer circle. Next, we'll draw the two inner circles. To do this, as the radius is given, we'll use the center or radius function, which is the easiest. We'll mark the center here and give it a radius of 100. As you can see, here we have the outer circle. Now, let's draw the inner circles, since the diameter is provided. To avoid any mistakes with incorrect calculations, we'll use the center and diameter function. We click on it, mark the center. Now we'll draw the first small one, which has a diameter of 40. Press Enter. And then we'll draw the outer circle with a diameter of 84. We type 84 and hit Enter. Now, as you can see, we've created both the outer circle and the two inner circles. I left the more complicated part for last, which is creating these notches, these arcs here. How are we going to do it? As I mentioned, this is actually a circle with a radius of 80, with the center here, which corresponds to the intersection between the line coming down from the circle and the continuation of the circle. As you can see, it coincides with the center of this dimension. To do this, we'll use the center and radius function. We'll mark the center here and set the radius to 80. We'll do the same with the upper circle, or if you prefer, you can use the mirror function, which is here, and select this object. We'll mark the center here and select the top part. We'll choose not to erase the base object. And now we'll have both arcs. As you can see, the only thing left is to trim all the excess to get the figure we want. For this, we'll use the trim function, or you can find it here. We click on it, and now it asks us to select everything we want to erase. Basically, we'll first remove the excess here, and then we can start removing, for example, this part here. Next, we'll remove this one. Then, we'll remove the inner excess from these two lines. We have this and this here. Now, if we close the function with Enter or ESC, we'll have the piece we wanted. In the next video, we'll add the dimensions we found here, but I hope you found this useful. As I said, see you in the next video, where we'll add the dimensions. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. In this video, we'll see how to add the dimensions you see here to the figure we created in the last video. In that figure, we manually recreated this drawing using all the functions we've learned so far. Now, we'll add these 4 dimensions, which, as you can see, are very few and quite simple. To do this, go to the Annotation section. Once there, open the drop-down menu, where we'll use the Linear Dimension tool for the first 2 and the Radius Dimension tool for the last 2. Let's start with the linear dimensions. First, let's place the inner dimension. Select the 2 points and place the dimension wherever you think it looks best. Do the same for the outer dimension. As mentioned in the previous video about dimensions, the line thickness may automatically appear slightly larger than usual. If you'd like to modify it, select the dimension, right-click, go to Properties, and adjust the line thickness. For example, setting it to 0.05 works well for me. As you can see, the dimension now looks much better. Next, let's move on to the two radii. For this, go to the drop-down menu and select the Radius Dimension tool. Select and mark the first circle, click, and the dimension will be added. Do the same for the second circle. For example, if we place the dimension here, it looks fine, but moving it outside the circle extends a line to clarify the relationship between the radius and the circle. Personally, I prefer to keep the dimension inside to avoid confusion between drawing lines and dimension lines. As you can see, we've completed these 4 dimensions, which, as I mentioned, are very straightforward. If we wanted to do something different instead of a linear dimension, we could use a radius dimension. For example, you could add a radius dimension here and place it further away, or use a diameter dimension. For instance, placing a diameter dimension on the circle would look like this. In my opinion, depending on the drawing, this could work, but linear dimensions generally appear more professional for circles like this one. To wrap up, I hope you found this useful, and I'll see you in the next video with a more complex figure. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. In this video, we're going to solve this exercise here, which consists, as you can see, of drawing a 2D part where we're going to apply several of the functions we've been learning in this course. This part is actually a bit more complex, and as you'll see, it will take us a little more work. So let's start drawing it and go step by step to see how we can draw it, as there isn't a single way to draw a piece like this. Instead, we can use several functions we know and create it as we like. The goal is to end up with this piece exactly as we see it here, so let's get started. We'll start with the middle circle, which, as you can see, has a radius of 10, as indicated here. So we're going to draw a circle with a radius of 10 in the middle of this square. To do that, we use the center radius circle function and mark the center of this square. Now we set the radius to 10 and hit enter. What's the next step? For instance, the most important thing is to create one of the 3 parts. And once we have one of the 3, we can make a polar array, as we saw in one of the videos, to replicate the other 2, which are symmetrical. So let's start by drawing this one here. What we're going to do now is draw this circle here at a distance of 80 from the center of this circle. To do that, we'll draw a straight line from here with a length of 80. As you can see, we now have the center of this circle marked, and now we just need to create another center radius circle here with a radius of 5. As indicated here, we set the radius to 5 and hit enter. Now we can delete this line here and continue by creating this semicircle here, which, as you can see, even though it's only an arc or a semicircle, has a radius of 15. We can make it using a normal circle. So let's create another center radius circle from the center. We set a radius of 15 and hit enter. Now we have this part here, and what's left of these 2 lines that slope downwards. To do that, we use the online command, position ourselves here, and set any distance, as we only care about getting the right direction. For example, we can set a distance of 90. Next, we press the Tab key to switch to angle mode. And we set an angle of 10 because, as you can see here, there's a 20-degree angle between the lines. So, to give it an angle of 10, as you can see, if this is 90, 10 degrees to the left would be 100. We set it to 100 and press Enter. To create the other line, the symmetrical line that would go here, this one here, we can do it in two ways. We can create a line identical to the one we just made with a length of 90, tabbing to 80, which is 10 degrees less than 90. Or we could also use the mirror tool, which is this one here. Click on it, select this line, press Enter, and now specify the plane where we want to mirror it. For instance, this point here and this point here. We tell it no, that we don't want to delete the original line. And now we have both lines created. The next step is to draw this kind of hole we see here, and the easiest way would be to start with this arc here. As you can see, it has a radius of 25, which would mean creating a circle with a center point here and a radius of 25. So let's do it. We create another center radius circle, mark the center point, and set a radius of 25. Hit Enter, and now we have the base here. What do we need to do to create these two lines? We could create an offset, for example, of these lines here, as we see, at a distance of 8. So we can type offset directly, or we can look for the tool here. Now we set the distance to 8, which, as you can see, I already have set. Press Enter, and now we create copies of these two lines. As you can see, we can specify the direction, which, in this case, we want to be inward. Click, and then repeat it for this one. Great. And close the function with Enter or the Escape key. As you can see, we've now created this hole. The only thing left is to trim the excess lines. To do this, we use the trim function, which we've already seen in one of the videos. As you can see, we can use it from here or type it directly. Click on the function, and now we just need to mark the excess lines. As you can see, we now have this hole created. The only thing left is to round the corners. As you can see here, they appear more rounded, and we can see that they have a radius of 4, both the lower and upper corners. To do this, we could do it in two ways. We could create a tangent-tangent radius circle that touches this line, and has a radius of 4. Then we'd trim the excess with the trim function, like this part here. But as we saw in a video, the easiest way to do this is with the fillet function, which we find here. This function allows us to specify a radius by typing R and pressing Enter. Now we set the desired radius, which in this case is 4. Press Enter, and now we can round all the corners. Click on this line and this line. Now re-enter the function and repeat for each corner. If you configure your mouse as I mentioned, now if I right-click, I can reuse the last function, so it's much faster than typing the tool each time. As you can see, we've now created this part here. And as I mentioned earlier, we only needed to create one of the 3 parts, as they are symmetrical. Now all we have to do is repeat it using the polar array tool, which we find here. As you can see, there are 3 types of arrays, but in this case, the one we need is the polar array since it lets us repeat objects around a circle. To do this, it asks us to select the objects we want to copy and repeat around the circle. These would be these here. Click Enter, and now it asks us to specify the center around which it will repeat the objects. Click here, and as you can see by default, it creates 6 objects. We can easily change this from here, for example, to 3, which is the number we need, or we could leave it at 6 and type I for items and then set it to 3. Now press Enter to close a function, and we have what we want. As you can see, we now have extra lines that we can trim using the trim function. Trim these lines here. But as you can see, this is important. It doesn't let us. Why doesn't it let us? This happens because when using the array command, it creates a block. To break this block, we need to use the explode function, which we find here. As you can see, if we select the object and press Enter, it separates it into all its subobjects. Now we can use the trim function, for example, deleting the excess lines, which would be these ones I'm removing. Now we've almost finished the figure, as only these corners here are left, which, as you can see in this drawing, are rounded with a radius of 30. We could do this again in 2 different ways. We could use the tangent-tangent radius circle, using these 2 lines as tangents and setting a radius of 30. Then we just trim both the circle and the excess here. Now let's see how to do it on the other 2 corners using the fillet function, which is much faster. Of course, we'd press our for radius and set it to 30. Select these 2 lines, re-enter the function with a right-click, and select these 2 lines. As you can see, we now have the copy of this figure completed. As you can see, it's a somewhat complex figure, but very easy to create if you thoroughly understand the functions we've been using. Ultimately, they are the most useful ones. You can create figures like this by simply thinking about which function is most useful in each case. So here we finish the drawing of this figure, and we'll see you in the next video, where we'll add dimensions to this figure so we can have an exact copy of this one here. I hope you found this useful, and see you in the next one. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. In this video, we're going to see how to add all the dimensions to this figure here, doing it on this one that we created in the last video. To do so, we'll go to the Annotations tab, and here, basically, with this tab, we're going to create all these dimensions here. If you like, we can start by changing the color of the piece. We'll make it red, just like this one, and I'll move it slightly down so it's aligned at the same height. The first thing we'll do is draw these dashed lines to mark the main axis of the piece. To do this, simply click on the Line command and, starting from the center point, press F8 so the angles are constrained to 90 degrees. Draw a line with a length of 120. We'll change its properties. Right-click on it, and a drop-down menu will appear where we'll select Properties. Here, the first thing we'll do is adjust its thickness. Let's set it to 0.05, as we don't want it to overshadow the piece. Next, we'll change the line type to a dash line. This one works for now, but if we don't like it, we can adjust the scale to make the dashes smaller or larger. I'll leave it at 1 for now, and close. How do we create the other 2 lines? In this case, we can do the same thing we did with the figure. We can use the polar array command. selecting the center as this point here. Now, set it so that instead of 6 lines, there are only 3. Enter 3 and press Enter. Now we have the 3 reference lines. If you want, you can explode them like we did with the piece by using the explode command, which we can also find here. This breaks the block generated by the array command. Now, as you can see, the lines are individual, so we'll start adding the dimensions. For this, we'll go to the tab we mentioned earlier and start with this angular dimension here. Click on it, and it will ask us to select the 2 reference lines, which are these 2. Now, just place the dimension where you want. For example, here. Next, we'll add the only other angular dimension, this one here. Click again, select the 2 reference lines, and place it, for example, here in the middle. Now, let's move on to the linear dimensions. This one here, this one, and this small one here. For these, we'll use the linear dimension tool. Click on it, and in this case, select the 2 points of the circle and place the dimension here. For the next one, click again, select this point and this one, and place it. Finally, for this one, select the center of this circle and the center of this one, and place it here. As you can see, these dimensions are appearing slightly thicker than usual. To adjust them, click on them, right-click, and go to Properties. From there, just change the line thickness to 0.05. Now, as you can see, they're much more subtle, like the others. The last linear dimension is this one here. However, since it's angled, we need to use the Align Dimension tool. Click on it, select a point on this line and a point on this one, and place the dimension here. Now, we just need to add the radius dimensions, which make up the majority of this piece. These are very simple. Just click on the radius tool and start selecting. For example, start with this one, which is radius 15. Correct. Now, by right-clicking, you can repeat the last command. So, right-click, select this circle, and place the dimension here. Continue with this circle, radius 10. Then move on to this arc, which is radius 25. Place it so it looks cleaner visually. Next, add this small radius here, radius 4. Continue with this other one, also radius 4. Finally, add the curvature radius here, radius 30. If I'm not mistaken, that should be all the radius dimensions for the piece. With this, we've finished dimensioning this figure. I hope you found this very useful. See you in the next video. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. In this video, we are going to solve this exercise, which, as you can see, consists of drawing this piece. This piece is already a bit more complex than the ones we've seen before, and we're going to try to make it as simple as possible using all the tools we've learned in this course. We'll be drawing step by step, commenting on each of the functions we use, and trying to make it as straightforward as possible. So let's begin, if you agree, with the main circle, which is this one here. As you can see, it has a diameter of 176, which means we can start with a circle with a radius of half of 176, or a diameter of 176. To do this, we go to the Circle drop-down menu, and in this case, we'll use the Center Diameter option. We'd mark the center of this square and set a diameter of 176. Press Enter, and we already have the outer circle. What's the next thing we can do? Also very simple. We can create the inner circle, which, as you can see, has a radius of 8. To do this, we will now use the Center Radius option. Go to the center of this circle and set a radius of 8. Press Enter, and now we have our center. As you can see, around the center, we have these small circles following a pattern along this larger circle, which has a radius of 20, as we see here. So we can create a circle with a radius of 20, which will serve as a reference to draw these small circles. Set the radius to 20, press Enter, and now we can draw the smaller circles, which have a radius of 4. Using the Center Radius tool, we can create the first one here, setting it to a radius of 4. Now, all we need to do is create a polar array of 6 identical circles. To do this, we can either go here or directly type polar array. It will ask us to select the object, which is this circle here. Press Enter. Next, specify the center of the circle, which would be this one. Now, 6 objects are automatically drawn, which is exactly what we need in this case. Press Enter to finish and close the function. Now, if we want, we can turn this line here into one like this by changing its properties to make it a bit more subtle. To do this, we can give it a width of 0.05 and set its style to a dashed line. We can reduce its scale to 0.5 and change its color to a gray like this one. As you can see, we now have a reference line that won't interfere with the drawing. What's the next step? Exactly what we just did, but now with these circles here. This case is a little different. Here, as you can see, they are not all symmetrical. They are pairs of 2 circles. As you can see, we have 2 pairs of circles at a radius of 76 from the center. To do this, we can draw a reference circle at a radius of 76 and directly change its properties, just like we did with the smaller circle earlier. We set its color to gray, make it a dashed line, set a scale of 0.5, and adjust the line width to 0.5. Now we can move on to drawing these 2 circles. As we can see, they are at an angle of 45 degrees from one another. To do this, we'll draw 2 lines. From the center, as you can see, they are at an angle of 45 degrees. So, this one will be halfway at 22.5 degrees relative to this line. Let's begin by drawing a line from the center. In this case, the length doesn't matter, but it's important to set the angle to 22.5 degrees, which is 90 plus 22.5, making it 112.5. Set it and press Enter. Now, we already have the point where the circle will go, but we need to mark the other point. We can do the same, or even easier, mirror this line. Press Enter and mark the midpoint or the median plane. We indicate that we don't want to delete the base object. Now we have the 2 reference points. At this point, we can draw these circles, which, as indicated here, have a radius of 6. Using the Center Radius function, we can draw these 2. As we can see, it highlights the intersection since we have it activated here, and we can now create a circle with a radius of 6. Right-click and create another one. Now, we can delete these 2 lines as they've already served their purpose. What can we do now? We can, for example, mirror or create a polar array of these two objects to duplicate them in the other two locations. We can do this quickly. For example, polar array is right here. We select these two, press Enter, and mark the center. As you can see, it automatically creates 6 items, as we initially set, but we only need 3. We adjust this here and press Enter. Now, as you can see, we have the objects as we need them. The next thing we can do is work on this object here. This one is a bit more complex because, for instance, we need to create it at a distance of 8 from the other, which translates to a distance of 4 from the line running from here to here. To do this, we deleted the line, but we can redraw it. Now it would be helpful to create another one and make an offset, a parallel copy of these 2 lines. Let's do that by creating a copy at a distance of 4 on each side. Press D for distance. Set the value to 4. Now, we can make the copies. As you can see, they look like this. Now we can proceed to draw these 2 arcs, both the upper and lower ones. For the upper one, as we see here, it has a radius of 20, so we can use the tangent-tangent radius circle function. Let's proceed. Click on it, and it will prompt us to mark 2 tangent points, which would be these 2 lines here. Be careful to select the outer edge. And this one here. Now we input a radius of 20 as indicated and press Enter. Now we have the upper arc complete. As you can see, the only thing left is the lower arc. Of course, we check its radius, and as shown here, it has a radius of 10. We'll draw a tangent-tangent radius circle with a radius of 10. And now this part of the object is complete. The only thing left is to remove the extra lines. We can use the trim command or go directly to the scissors tool and cut out the unnecessary parts. If needed, zoom in for better visibility and trim these extras. As you can see, remove everything we don't need. We can even delete the center lines. We can also remove these here. Now we can proceed to draw these circles. This object here. Once we have one of each, we can duplicate them since it is a symmetrical object. To start, we notice that there's a radius of 80, which we can draw directly as a circle from the object center. Mark 80. As you can see, this will help us draw this object. What other information do we have? We know this radius here is 20. So if we create a circle tangent to this line and tangent to this larger circle with a radius of 20, it should fit perfectly. Let's test it. Select tangent-tangent radius. Mark this line in this circle and set it to 20. As you can see, it fits perfectly. We can create a line from here to here to complete the object. Offset it, as before, by a distance of 4. And now we can create another tangent-tangent radius circle with a radius of 20. Great! Now we have the top part. As you can see, we'll trim later, but the shape is complete. What's missing? We're missing the lower section. Looking at the information here, we see that it has a radius of 28. So we create a central circle with a radius of 28. We'll then trim. Zoom in to work more precisely. And all that's left is to delete this section here. Trim everything unnecessary. Remove all these lines. This circle can also be deleted. The same applies to this line. And of course, these here. Lastly, this one. Trim this one and this one. And now it can be removed. This circle can also go. The last thing to draw is this arc here. Let's check its radius. As shown here, it has a radius of 8. So we can use the fillet command with a radius. Press R, set it to 8, press Enter, and mark these corners. Right-click to repeat the function, and do the same here. Now, as you can see, these two parts are complete. The last step is to create a polar array to duplicate them. For this, go to Polar Array. Click on it. Select the objects. Make sure to include all parts of each object. Now, press Enter. Mark the central point and specify 3 items. Close the function, and now the figure is complete. As you can see, the only things left to add are the dimensions in these lines, which we'll cover in the next video. I hope you found this helpful, easy to follow, and that these exercises help you practice all the functions we've covered. Hopefully, you'll improve your AutoCAD skills step by step. Thank you very much, and see you in the next video. Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. To continue with the previous video, where we drew this piece following this plan, we will add or attempt to add all the dimensions provided in this drawing to the one we created. To do this, we can start with this dimension here and head directly to the annotation section. But first, let me change the color of the entire object so we can see it more clearly. We will change it to red. As you can see, it doesn't allow us to change the color of the pieces created with an array. To do so, we can explode the drawing using the explode function. Select the entire drawing, press Enter, and now we can select all the objects. Let's proceed with the selection. Since I don't want to change the color of the reference lines, we will exclude those. Change the selected objects to red. Now we're ready. Let's start adding the dimensions. If it works for you, let's begin with this line here. Go to Annotations and from the drop-down menu, select the linear function. Mark this point here and this point here. We can place it here, for example. As you can see, the dimension is a bit thick. We could adjust it here to a slightly thinner line, such as 0.05. Now we can continue with the angle dimensions. For this, we first need to draw the reference lines. This is very simple. We've covered it in previous videos. You just need to draw some lines. They don't need to be a specific length, but in this case, we can make them 115, for example. Change their properties to gray. For instance, with a dashed line and a thickness of 0.05. Next, we can create a polar array of these to have 4 lines. In a moment, it will generate 6 by default, but we'll set it to 4, and that's it. Close the function, and now we can add the angular dimensions. To do this, go here and select Angular Dimensions. The only thing left is to add a pair of lines indicating this direction. From here, passing through the middle of the circles. Let's draw them and delete them afterward. Draw a pair of lines, and now we can add the angular dimensions. Go here, select Angular Dimension, and mark these two lines. As you can see, it shows 45 degrees. Now, we need another one between this line and this one. Select, and it will be from this line. Here, we can indicate this point to align the dimensions. Can we now delete these two lines? Press Delete. Also, remove these here. As you can see, they are a bit thick. We could also adjust their properties and set them to 0.05. Now, the angular dimensions are in place. Before moving on to radius dimensions, let's add this one here, which is a linear but aligned dimension. Click and mark 2 points, like these, to indicate a distance of 8. Let's proceed with the radius dimensions. To do this, simply go here, select Radius, and start placing all the dimensions shown. For example, we can start with this one, and place it here by right-clicking for quicker repetition. Let's continue, marking this one with a radius of 20. Next, we can add the central circle, which has a radius of 8. Position it where it fits best. This small circle has a radius of 4. Zoom in for better placement and position it here. Now, let's continue with the 28, which is this radius here. The next one could be the small radius of 6. Place it outside here. We continue with the radius of 10. As you can see, the placement may vary depending on where it's positioned. Now, the radius of 20 for this reference circle. We only have 3 left. Mark the small one, which has a radius of 8. This one here, which has a radius of 20. And this reference circle with a radius of 76. We can place this one here or here to align it with the others. With this, I believe we've added all the dimensions required. I hope you found this helpful. I encourage you to practice on your own and improve step by step with these course videos. Thank you very much, and see you in the next video.